as a matter of fact. The Youth Guarantee Pledge was one of
Mm-hmm.
the major highlights there. Internships for permanent employment eventually, so
Mm.
leading from a temporary attachment sort of format onto something that's long term, creating opportunities for careers in various fields, and youth in agriculture and entrepreneurship, some additional support being pledged there to increase the involvement of youths. And it's a general observation that more and more young people are moving away from agriculture. So many things, distractions, otherwise, technology, but there's a push from this government to have deeper involvement of the youth in building agriculture from where it is now, taking it to the next level, creating the next generation of farmers. And one of the things highlighted there is equipping them with the skill sets and maybe leading to the inclusion of the very same technologies that they are very much involved in already, computerized models and drone technologies, all of these things, and improving and making agriculture fun, for want of a better expression, for a younger engagement.
And another thing, of course, that is being discussed widely across St. Vincent and the Grenadines, of course, is the whole issue of law enforcement and crime fighting. And we have heard from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of National Security that the government will spare no resource in ensuring that gangs and those who are intent of criminal activities, they're not going to get space to do that. And some of the measures we heard during the presentation of His Excellency, the particular attention in terms of the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force will be paid in relation to their recruitment strategies, the training of police officers, the application of modern technology, the increase in the number of personnel for security services, and community policing. I just remember a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to speak with police officers, and that was one of the things that we really zero in on, the importance of community policing, going back into the communities and getting to know the people within the communities, and that way the spill off effects in terms of building trust and confidence among segments of the population, in particular the youth. And there were several pieces of dramatization in terms of how they see that, and involving the youth. So it's once upon a time you saw a police officer, especially if he was in uniform, and you'll be fearful. But yeah, there seems to be a deviation, I should say, from that.
Among
But
some youths,
about
yes.
some, yeah. But we definitely live to see, and of course, the messaging and all of the attendant factors. The
Well,
so
I think I think this is one of the moments where you see everyone
just
scampering
scattering.
because the announcement for the Madam Speaker to enter the House, and everybody, within a matter of a few seconds, found their seats. So we'll hand things back to the Assembly Chamber at this time, where the Honourable Speaker of the House will continue with the proceedings. We expect the budget presentation to be the next item. Stay with us.
This honorable house now resumes. Prayer be seated. Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move a bill for an act to provide for the services of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the year ending 31st of December 2026. We read a first time.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to provide for the services of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the year ending December 31st, 2006 be read a first time. 2026, my apologies. Be read a first time. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill for an act to provide for the services of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the year ending on the 31st of December 2026 be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill for an act to provide for the services of St. Vincent and the Grenadines for the year ending 31st December 2026 be read a second time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, on November 27th, 2025, the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in a historic and decisive display of our democracy, raised their voices from the volcanic slopes of the north to the turquoise waters of the Grenadines to elect into office the new Democratic Party. With a 14-1 mandate. They delivered a mandate for change that was clear and decisive. In entrusting the new Democratic Party with the privilege to serve, they have placed upon us a sacred responsibility to restore fairness, justice, freedom, and prosperity for all Vincentians. I am mindful of the weight and significance of this mantle. Since our nation's formal embrace of constitutional independence on October 27, 1979, only 5 successive ministers of finance have preceded me in delivering the aggregate of budget addresses that have shaped our journey. Robert Milton Cato, of blessed memory. Sir James Mitchell, of blessed memory. Arnhem Eustace, Ralph Gonsalves, and Camilo Gonsalves. Madam Speaker, it is the first time in over 2 decades that a leader of the New Democratic Party has stood before this honorable House to steer the fiscal direction of our beautiful country as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, at the end of 2025. The total public debt stood at approximately $3.5 billion, equivalent to 110.3% of gross domestic product, while debt servicing consumed nearly 40 cents of every dollar of current revenue. This is the dismal state of affairs that our government has inherited and which we are tasked with correcting, and that we shall do. Through smart fiscal policy, goodwill, grit and determination, and by calling for all hands on deck. Madam Speaker, as I stand before you today, I'm mindful that the fiscal leadership of the New Democratic Party is not merely a matter of fantasy. It is a matter of history. When our then leader, Sir James Mitchell, took office in 1984, he inherited a fiscal landscape that was significantly strained. The outgoing Labour government had left our country grappling with a high debt to GDP ratio, inefficient state-run enterprises, and stagnant productive sectors of the economy. Our challenge then was much as it is now, to restore investor confidence and stabilize the national budget without triggering a social crisis. Between 1984 and 1989, the Mitchell-led NDP government implemented a strategy of prudent conservatism, moving away from the heavy state interventionist model that had failed us. The foundation of that stewardship remains central to our philosophy today. It includes strategic tax reform. We overhaul a system to broaden the base while lowering individual rates, a move that incentivized private sector growth and improved collection efficiency. Decisive debt restructuring. By negotiating more favorable terms and prioritizing the repayment of high-interest loans, we began to peel back the layers of debt that had previously stifled our public spending. Revitalization of the productive sector. Recognizing that agriculture was our green gold, we funneled resources to ensure our small farmers receive the support needed to meet international export standards. Madam Speaker, that era was characterized by a remarkable turnaround in our nation's creditworthiness. By 1989, we had successfully turned persistent budget deficits into surpluses, which were then reinvested into the critical infrastructure that many Vincentians still use today. We did not just correct the books. We laid the groundwork for a decade of sustained growth. Today, we return to those principles with truth, courage, and hard work to build truly and finally one nation together. Madam Speaker, we gather today at the beginning of a new chapter in our national story. This is a time for truth. It is a time for courage. It is a time for the hard work of transformation. For too long, the true state of our nation has been obscured by glossy statistics that do not match the lived reality of our citizens. Today, I am here to open the books and lay out the unvarnished facts of our social and economic condition with the respect that our citizens deserve. I turn to international and regional economic developments. Madam Speaker, as an open small island developing state, the economic fortunes of St. Vincent and the Grenadines are inextricably linked to developments beyond our shores. The performance of our major trading partners, the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, and the European Union, has direct and powerful implications for domestic economic activity, influencing tourism demand, prices, foreign direct investment, remittance inflows, and access to external financing. According to the IMF World Economic Outlook, released in January 2026, the global economy is expected to grow by 3.3% in 2026, broadly in line with growth in 2025 and representing an upward revision from earlier forecasts. This outlook reflects a balance between persistent downside risks, including geopolitical tensions, trade policy uncertainty, and shifting immigration regimes in advanced economies, and supportive factors such as increased investment in digital technologies and artificial intelligence, more accommodative financial conditions, and continued fiscal support in key economies. Global inflation is expected to ease in the near term, driven by softer demand and lower energy prices. For St. Vincent and the Grenadines, these external conditions form the economic climate within which we must operate, shaping tourism receipts, imported inflation, remittance flows, and the cost and availability of external financing in the year ahead. Madam Speaker, in 2025, economic growth in our major diaspora markets remained subdued. The United States grew by 2.1%, Canada by 1.6%, and the United Kingdom by 1.1%. Despite this growth, remittances to St. Vincent and the Grenadines declined by 3.7% to $236.78 million, following minimal growth in the previous year. This decline reflects the lived reality faced by Vincentian households abroad: rising living costs, changing labor market conditions, and increased uncertainty surrounding immigration policies, particularly in the United States. Looking ahead in 2026, growth in the United States is expected to moderate, while Canada's growth is forecast to remain flat, and the United Kingdom to slow slightly. In this environment, the outlook for remittance recovery remains uncertain, underscoring the vulnerability of this critical income stream. Madam Speaker, at the regional level, The IMF projects that Latin America and the Caribbean will grow 5. Tourism-dependent economies within CARICOM, including St. Vincent and the Grenadines, are projected to grow more modestly, reflecting capacity constraints and the lingering effects of recent storms. Similarly, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, projects regional growth of 2.3% in 2026, noting that the outlook continues to be constrained by weak investment, low productivity growth, sluggish labor markets, and persistent inequality. In the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union, the IMF projects growth of 2.6% in 2026, following growth of 3% in 2025. Within the Union, the strongest performances are expected in Dominica and Grenada, with St. Vincent and the Grenadines projected to grow by approximately 2.7%. Madam Speaker, while our region continues to benefit from tourism demand, and high levels of construction activity, challenges remain acute. Elevated inflation, high shipping costs, and continued exposure to external shocks reinforce the importance of prudent fiscal management, economic diversification, and resilience building at home. It is against this complex and uncertain international and regional backdrop that this government presents its fiscal and economic strategy, anchored in realism, discipline, and the determination to strengthen St. Vincent and the Grenadines' capacity to withstand external shocks, while securing sustainable growth for our people. Madam Speaker, I turn to the economy, the performance and its prospects. The previous government's report card on generating sustained economic growth is dismal and often less than what is required to accommodate population growth and persons entering the labor force. Under such circumstances, we see it as an opportunity lost, a lost decade. During the entire ULP's tenure recently, against the lingering effects of COVID-19, the La Soufrière eruption, and the devastation of Hurricane Beryl, real GDP growth moderated at 4.4% in 2025, from a strong performance of 5.2% in 2024, according to the International Monetary Fund World Economic Outlook. Madam Speaker, with respect to tourism, the performance was strong in the number of stayover visitors, surpassing 100,000 for the first time in 2024, finishing the year with 101,471 registered guests. This momentum has continued in 2025, with third quarter stayover visitors increasing by 14% year over year. By September 25, stayover visitors reached 81,025, a notable increase from the 71,000 recorded during the same period, 2024. Our country has sought to stabilize and expand our global air connectivity through measured engagement with both new and established carriers. This increase was supported by the entry of 5 new airlines in our markets: JetBlue, Liat 2020, Winair, Sunrise Airline, and most recently, Delta Airlines, which have significantly improved our regional and international access. These partnerships, paired with the entry of new hotel stock such as Sandals and Holiday Inn, have provided a necessary buffer against external shocks and provided a platform for sustained activity. Looking ahead, the government remains committed to a development strategy in which tourism is a pillar of our economy. This will involve steady and sustainable development of the sector to establish St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a premier travel destination. Because the overgrowth is so closely linked to our broader macroeconomic health, we expect tourism activity to remain a primary driver of our economy in the near and medium term. We will continue to manage this sector with a focus on accelerated growth and long-term viability, ensuring that tourism continues to provide a reliable pillar of national development. Inflation and cost of living. Madam Speaker, the general price level in St. Vincent and the Grenadines increased by a cumulative 20% between 2020 and 2025. This inflationary pressure has eroded the value of hard-earned wages, particularly as the prices of essential commodities like flour, rice, oil, and electricity have increased. The domestic inflation rate, largely imported from our trading partners, peaked at 5.7% in 2022, before moderating to 3.6% in 2024. While the rate of increase has abated in 2025 to 0.9%, the prices for food and non-alcoholic beverages remain a lead driver of hardship. Madam Speaker, it is a painful fact that the sub-index for food and non-alcoholic beverages increased by 38% between December 2019 and December 2025, more than twice the rate of the overall consumer price index. I turn to the labor dynamics, market dynamics. Madam Speaker, the Vincentian labor market has undergone a decade of volatility and transformation between 2015 and 2025. While formal employment expanded by an annual average of 2.3%, this growth masks deep fractures, including a paradox where high structural unemployment coexists with acute labor shortages in critical sectors. The economy has pivoted from its traditional agricultural base towards a service-oriented model. The accommodation sector has been the most dynamic engine of job creation, expanding by 60.6% over the period 2015 to 2025. The accommodation sector has catalyzed employment not just in hotels, but across the supply chain. Similarly, the information sector saw the highest rate of growth, by 110%, from 500 persons, a low base, actively employed to 1,050 persons driven by the expansion of call centers and business process outsourcing. Data from the National Insurance Service and labor force surveys provide evidence of a large informal economy. According to the Labor Force Survey 2022, informal employment was estimated at 41.8% of the workforce, involving approximately 20,150 workers. This gray zone of employment lacks contracts, regular benefits, pensions, and social security coverage, posing a long-term risk to the sustainability of the national pension system. The construction sector presents a particularly troubling narrative. That is, despite a construction boom, registered wages have stagnated, growing only 6.7% over a decade. This suggests, Madam Speaker, that the employment benefits of large building projects may be flowing to foreign contractors and imported labor and not to local laborers who remain largely in the lower wage tiers. I turn, Madam Speaker, to look at poverty and vulnerability in brief. A critical truth made evident in the recent independent poverty assessment based on the official data and information from the 2018 Survey of Living Conditions and the 2023 Population and Housing Census is the silent crisis of poverty. The assessment reveals a stark reality. Nearly 1 in 3 Vincentians, more than 33% of the population, are either already living in poverty or remain only a single paycheck or natural disaster away from falling into poverty. The cost of meeting even the most basic nutritional needs has risen sharply, with the indigence line now exceeding $3,642 per adult per year, or roughly $10 per day, simply to eat adequately. For households, the challenge is even more pronounced. In 2024, an average family of 3 required a minimum monthly expenditure of $1,898 just to escape poverty, a threshold that continues to drift further out of reach as inflation steadily erodes the value of hard-earned wages. A further analysis of the data shows that poverty is concentrated in female-headed households and in rural northern communities that bore the brunt of the economic disruption caused by volcanic eruption. This geographic divide, a relatively prosperous south and a forgotten economically depressed north, is a central target of our administration's One Nation transformation agenda. However, Madam Speaker, we cannot speak of a One Nation agenda if we do not have the courage to face the most uncomfortable truth of our time. That is, the silent crisis of poverty that afflicts too many of our people. As I said earlier, for too long, the true state of our nation has been obscured and misrepresented. the official pronouncements and statistics have not matched the lived reality of our citizens. The independent assessment I share tonight is thorough and sobering. It reveals a nation that is showing signs of economic growth, but at the same time, this growth is not inclusive. A better standard of living and prosperity are not touching the lives of large segments of the population. Poverty in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is not random. It has a specific face and a specific home. The forgotten North. Poverty is especially concentrated in the rural northern communities, the same red and orange zones that bore the brunt of La Soufrière's eruption. Gendered vulnerability, a significant share of our poor live in female-headed households. These women are disproportionately affected by caregiving responsibilities and limited access to land, making them more susceptible to economic shocks. The growth paradox. This geographic divide, a South with rising opportunities and a forgotten North wrestling with ash and neglect, must challenge our national conscience until it is remedied. Madam Speaker, the poor in our country live predominantly in hazard-prone areas, exposed to floods, landslides, and volcanic activity. Their livelihoods are often informal, lacking contracts, benefits, or social security coverage. This gray zone of employment creates a cycle of job insecurity where earnings are low and inconsistent. Furthermore, access to health care and quality education remains a challenge in these remote communities where economic pressures lead to higher school dropout rates. Limited access to formal credit or insurance means that when a disaster hits, our citizens have no safety net to catch them. Under my watch, this ends. Under our One Nation transformation agenda targets these fissures directly. We are not merely providing a social safety net. We are building a ladder of opportunity. Immediate relief. As promised, we are doubling public assistance to $500 per month. To throw a lifeline to the vulnerable who are drowning in the rising cost of living. The Youth Guarantee Pledge. We will ensure that every young person in these vulnerable communities has access to a job, a training spot, or an internship program. Rural investment. We are bringing tangible projects such as the new National Ecotourism Strategy to the north to ensure that beauty translates into bread on the table for the people who live there. Madam Speaker, the road ahead is steep. This means we must redouble our efforts for the climb. And For we will not leave another generation behind to languish and wonder why they must always be the last to savor our national bounty. We will end this divide and ensure that in our country, the community in which you live no longer condemns you to poverty or determines your prospects. Madam Speaker, I turn now to take a closer look at the state of public finances. Madam Speaker, our nation has emerged from a lost decade between 2016 and 2025, 10 years defined by persistent fiscal deficits and the servicing of inflated contracts. We inherited a mountain of debt, some of it accumulated through agreements signed in the literal dying days of the previous administration. It is our duty now to re-examine these hastily concluded deals, struck at speed just days before the polls, to ensure that Vincentians finally get the fair deal they deserve. Madam Speaker, the contrast in fiscal stewardship is stark. Under the principled leadership of the NDP's Sir James Mitchell and Arnhem Eustace, our nation enjoyed 10 years of fiscal surpluses. They operated on a simple, honest premise: spend what you have earned. Conversely, the outgoing administration managed a fiscal surplus in only one of their 25 years. This fundamental lack of discipline is why public debt skyrocketed from 52% of GDP, that is $648 million in 2001, to a staggering 110.3% of GDP by the end of 2025. As I said, a debt of $3.5 billion. Today, my young administration, just over 2 months old, chooses the path of macroeconomic stability over the fiscal recklessness of the past. Madam Speaker, the fiscal operations of the central government in 2025 present a mixed and sobering picture, and this honorable House and the people of this country deserve clarity. On the revenue side, we increased current revenue by 8%, reaching $855.64 million. However, expenditure pressures continue to outpace revenue growth. Current expenditure rose by 10% to $925.41 million. The consequence is clear and concerning. The current account deficit widened from $49.6 million in 2024 to $69.8 million in 2025. Put simply, the revenues we collect are still insufficient to meet the basic day-to-day costs of government. That is, to pay salaries, keep the lights on, and deliver essential services. Madam Speaker, while the overall fiscal position improved compared with the exceptional pressures of 2024, it remains deeply in deficit. The overall balance in 2025 recorded a deficit of $404.4 million, equivalent to 12.2% of GDP, following a deficit of 16.02% of GDP in 2024. This brings me directly to the central issue confronting our nation: the public debt. Preliminary data indicate that as at December 31st, 2025, as I said, public debt stood at $3.49 billion, or 110.3% of GDP. This is up from 102.8% of GDP by the end of 2024. This represents a sharp increase from pre-pandemic levels of approximately 70% of GDP, and it places St. Vincent and the Grenadines well above the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union benchmark of 60% of GDP by 2035. We're headed in the wrong direction. In other words, the public debt has been moving in the wrong direction and doing so quite rapidly. The result is that to service the debt now consumes approximately 39.3% of current revenue, a hook in the gill that limits our ability to fix roads, buy medicine, pay our dedicated public officers, and to invest in development projects. Madam Speaker, the weight of this debt is no abstraction. Debt servicing now consumes 39 cents of every dollar of revenue we collect. That is the reality of the hook in the gill. A burden, Madam Speaker, that is onerous. We can't fix roads, buy medicine, and compensate public servants. This trajectory is unsustainable. To continue on this path would be fiscally reckless and would place our country at heightened risk of debt distress. That is why this government has taken a clear and responsible decision. We will reestablish the fiscal responsibility framework, strengthened with more effective rules to reduce deficits in the short term and achieve fiscal surpluses in the medium term. Madam Speaker, fiscal discipline is not an ideological choice. It is an economic necessity and a matter of national sovereignty. I turn now, Madam Speaker, to look at the physical infrastructure of the country. Madam Speaker, upgrading, expanding, and maintaining our critical infrastructure is not optional. It is fundamental to national development. These assets form the backbone of our productive economy. They enable trade, attract investment, connect communities, and most importantly, create sustainable employment that is necessary to lift people out of poverty. This government's commitment is clear. In the 2026 capital budget, we have allocated $357.5 million to infrastructure investment. That level of commitment reflects both ambition and responsibility. But, Madam Speaker, we must also speak with honesty. are repeatedly tested by our extreme vulnerability to natural disasters. Hurricane Beryl alone caused damage to infrastructure estimated at US $48.3 million. Each time we rebuild poorly or without foresight, we pay twice. First, in public funds, and again, in lost opportunity. We therefore reject the cycle of build, break, and rebuild. We cannot afford it financially, socially, or fiscally. Every new project must be climate resilient, must be environmentally sound, and properly maintained. Climate resilience is no longer a slogan. It is a fiscal necessity. I speak now about airports, Madam Speaker. Air access is the lifeblood of our two principal productive sectors, tourism and agriculture. In recognition of this, Budget 2026 provides $62 million for airport upgrades and operational improvements. Regarding the Argyle International Airport, $14 million is allocated for this year. Madam Speaker, it is distressing to note that the runway at Argyle International Airport has been experiencing surface challenges, to put it mildly, in some areas for a long time now, and that over the years this problem has required frequent interventions to patch up the damaged sections. This has resulted in flight disruptions and modifications. The work required to fix the runway permanently was delayed and not done under the previous government. Given the critical importance of the airport to our economy and personal mobility, it is unfathomable why this was so. As such, the government has commissioned consultants who are conducting a comprehensive technical study of the underlying problems causing the frequent damages to the runway. We are awaiting the findings and recommendations of this study. Further, Madam Speaker, in terms of the management, we are introducing a scheduling protocol to end the flight bunching that causes terminal congestion, giving Argyle International Airport the authority to spread arrivals across the day. Further, we have budgeted $2 million for the conduct of a master plan for the future development of Argyle International Airport. It new, but it needs revamping already. The Canouan Airport, Madam Speaker, $40 million have been set aside, allocated. Like the Argyle International Airport, this airport was not properly maintained over the years and now needs urgent attention. It is a critical gateway to the country for high-value tourism. Further, it is vital to the development of tourism, particularly in the southern Grenadines, and the many jobs that come from it. The work that is required includes resurfacing of the runway, installing energy-efficient lighting, and constructing sea defenses to protect the main infrastructure. A $130 million loan from the CDB was secured by the previous government. We will proceed with this financing while we seek to engage the developers in Canouan to partner with us in this vital and expensive restorative work. JF Mitchell Airport and the Union Island Airport. The total sum of $2.4 million has been allocated to repair the airports in Bequia and Union Island. The JF Mitchell Airport needs urgent attention. Over the years, its terminal building, parking area, control tower and fire station, and the runway fell into disrepair. The repair work must now be done, cannot be put off any further. While the apron has been resurfaced, the raveling on the runway was not fixed and continues to pose a danger to airplanes using the runway. The airport has been closed for 14 days while the work to reseal the runway and make associated repairs is being done. I've asked the contractors to stick to the word 14 days. The roof of the terminal building, this is at JF Mitchell Airport, will also be repaired. It was repaired recently, but continues to leak. The restroom and the main doors at the terminal building will also be repaired. Madam Speaker, when I visited the airport last week with fellow ministers and officials, I made a promise to the officers at the airport fire station that we would finally repair the fire station and provide suitable living conditions for them. It is simply unacceptable for them to continue to live in the conditions that they live in now. We will honor that promise because we are a government that keeps our promise. As we all know, the Union Island Airport, like much of the rest of Union Island, was severely damaged by Hurricane Beryl. Much of the repair work has been done, but there is still more to do. The rehabilitative work to restore the Union Island Airport to full operational capacity will be completed this year. Madam Speaker, I turn briefly to talk a bit about roads. A road is only as good as its last maintenance cycle. For 2026, we have allocated $87.2 million for roadworks. But just as important as how much we spend is how we manage those resources. First, we are breaking the asphalt monopoly. Too many road projects have been delayed because the state depends on a single asphalt supplier. We are commissioning a feasibility study for a government-owned asphalt plant with a capacity of 20 to 40 tons per hour. This will allow Braxa to pave when conditions are right, including night and weekends, and ensure delivery on the $39 million National Road Rehabilitation Program. Second, we are enforcing strategic prioritization. We are reassessing unfunded ghost projects. Including proposals such as the $50 million Lance Maho Road under the funded-only rule. This budget will no longer list aspirations without secure funding. Credibility demands discipline. Seaports, just as important as roads in our country. A modern port is not merely a place where ships dock. It is a revenue generating national asset. To unlock that potential, we are reforming both governance and commercial structure. At Camden Park, we will reposition the port as a regional transshipment hub for bulk carriers, bulk materials. A new digital yard management system will replace manual tracking, improve turnaround times, and strengthen accountability. Moreover, our country, we are comprised of many islands. For the country to work seamlessly and productively, the main islands must have reliable and efficient transportation among them. We must be able to get from Union Island and Mairo to Bequia, or from Canouan to Kingstown, as suits our purpose, reliably and affordably. The sea is our highway, and the ferries our means of traversing that highway. We must provide the necessary infrastructure to enable them to do their jobs efficiently and profitably. Madam Speaker, this means expanding and repairing jetties in the Grenadines and Kingstown. This is long overdue. We may have missed an opportunity to make hay while the sun shines, so to speak. That is to undertake some of this work while the Kingstown port was being done. Nevertheless, we shall proceed. Briefly about bridges. Madam Speaker, bridges are the critical links in our transport network. When they fail, communities are isolated and economic activity is disrupted. For this reason, we have allocated $20 million for priority bridge works, including Noel, Overland, and London bridges. These structures will be rebuilt to modern engineering standards capable of carrying heavy cargo, while incorporating climate adaptation measures to withstand future shocks. Madam Speaker, I now turn to speak of water security. St. Vincent and the Grenadines stands at a critical juncture in securing its most essential resource, water. Across our islands, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a lived reality. It is disrupting rainfall patterns, damaging critical intakes, and placing unprecedented pressure on the availability, reliability, and quality of our water supply. The era of predictable wet and dry seasons has passed. What we now face is variability, volatility, and the attendant vulnerability. Madam Speaker, while the Central Water and Sewage Authority currently serves approximately 39,972 domestic and 1,486 commercial connections, this headline figure marks a deep and persistent geographic divide. On the mainland, we rely heavily on surface water, located in steep, high elevation terrain, systems that are increasingly exposed to landslides, drought, and storm damage. In the Grenadines, the challenge is even more acute. There is no piped water supply, leaving communities dependent on rainwater harvesting and limited desalination. This is not merely a technical problem. This is a question of equity, resilience, and national security. Today, this government sets out a clear and practical roadmap to ensure that no community, from the volcanic slopes in the north to the arid islands of the Grenadines, is left behind. We have commenced the development of the Overland Water Supply System, a $23 million groundwater-based investment designed to secure reliable water for climate-vulnerable communities in the Northeast. This project marks a deliberate shift away from fragile surface water systems towards resilient, climate-proof groundwater sources. Specifically, borehole infrastructure. We are developing a well field at Overland equipped with modern pumps and disinfection facilities to deliver safe and reliable potable water. Expanded networks. The CWSA is undertaking a new 1.2-kilometer transmission line and nearly 10 kilometers of distribution pipelines that will extend service to Sandy Bay, Point Village, and Oya. Storage and energy efficiency. We are also constructing 2 new concrete reservoirs, including a 1,073 cubic meter tank at Overland, powered by solar voltaic systems to reduce operating costs and improve reliability. And operational control. A modern administration facility will enable real-time monitoring and data-driven management, ensuring continuity of supply during disruptions. This is not piecemeal repair, Madam Speaker. It is system-level resilience. Beyond Overland, we are modernizing both the physical network and the information systems that underpin water delivery across the state. Our mainland priorities. Groundwater exploration. We are deploying isotope hydrology techniques funded by the International Atomic Energy Agency to identify sustainable groundwater sources in the Mariacor Valley. 2026 pipeline upgrades. Budget 2026 provides for a new 350,000-gallon storage tank at Peters Hope, alongside critical line replacements at Montreal and Chester Cottage. The Grenadines strategy, Madam Speaker, we spoke about the divide. Union Island and Myro, under the Berry project, we are installing desalination plants to restore and stabilize water services following Hurricane Beryl. And in Bequia, Madam Speaker, we are advancing the installation of a desalination plant and pipelines to serve Port Elizabeth and surrounding areas. This project is funded by a grant from the government of Italy. It languished for several years under the previous government, risking the loss of the grant funding. We will move urgently to capitalize on the $1.7 million available from the Italian grant to get this project finally started. Going forward, also attention will be paid to the existing desalination plant in Paget Farm, which is not functioning to proper standards, to effect necessary maintenance and upgrades. These interventions, Madam Speaker, recognize a simple truth. One solution does not fit all, but resilience must reach everywhere. Madam Speaker, the future of our water sector must be one of long-term resilience, not perpetual crisis response. To that end, we are in the advanced stages of finalizing a US $48 million grant proposal to the Green Climate Fund. This initiative will transform how water is planned, managed, and delivered. It will strengthen institutional capacity, providing the planning and regulation of our water resources. It will enhance technological tools, enabling us to deploy data-driven operations and ensure more reliable service. It will mobilize critical investments and construct additional storage and solar power desalination plants to reduce demand pressures. Madam Speaker, as part of it, we'll promote national awareness and empower our citizens to contribute actively to resilient water management. By shifting from vulnerable surface supply to resilient groundwater and solar power desalination, we are not just fixing pipes, we are securing the external lungs of our development. Madam Speaker, I turn to speak about energy. Energy is the fundamental driver of our economic and technological development. It provides the foundation for all production activities, for our industrial productivity, and for improving living standards. Yet, the reality we face is stark. Our energy system remains heavily and increasingly dependent on imported fossil fuels. In 2025, diesel-generated electricity accounted for 85.4% of total power production, requiring the importation of 8.9 million gallons of fuel at a cost of $96 million. That dependence carries a price. It exposes us to volatile international fuel markets. It drains our foreign exchange. And it leaves our economy vulnerable to shocks beyond our control. Recent events, the 2021 volcanic eruption and Hurricane Beryl, have laid bare the fragility of our energy infrastructure. In response, this government is making a clear pivot away from rescue-driven spending and towards resilience-focused investment strategy. One that prioritizes risk containment, cost control, and realism in the energy transition. I wish to say something about the geothermal energy. Madam Speaker, we must now confront the facts surrounding the geothermal project with honesty and responsibility. The geothermal wells have begun to emit steam and gases, creating a potential public safety and environmental risk. At the same time, the economic viability of the project has become increasingly uncertain when weighed against the high capital costs and the limited fiscal space available to government. Accordingly, this government is acting prudently. We are restricting further expenditure strictly to risk mitigation and environmental safety. Additionally, we are undertaking a technical review in preparation for a likely decision to cap and safely maintain the wells. This is not a retreat. It is responsible stewardship of public assets. Targeted clean energy integration. Madam Speaker, rather than pursuing system-wide rollouts, our 2026 energy strategy focuses on targeted clean energy integration, deploying renewables where they deliver the greatest and most immediate savings. Specifically, we focus on strategic priority sites. We are prioritizing rooftop, solar, and hybrid systems at high consumption facilities, including ports, airports, and the new Arnesville Hospital, to reduce operating costs. We are also leveraging World Bank and European Union grant financing for pilot projects, aligning energy upgrades with wider infrastructure improvements without adding to our already bloated and burdensome public debt. Utility modernization will also be undertaken. The solar voltaic penetration and the solar energy is projected to rise to 4% in 2026, supported by projects such as the Union Island Solar PV plant and upgrades at Lomans Bay. This is a practical transition focused on bills, balance sheets, and resilience. Madam Speaker, across the Caribbean, renewable energy development has often been constrained by regulatory uncertainty and small project scale. To overcome these barriers, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is participating in the Caribbean Resilient Renewable Energy Infrastructure Investment Facility. Through this World Bank supported program, $81 million has been allocated to one, establish a national risk mitigation mechanism and modernize our electricity infrastructure. Within this framework, VINLEC's 2026 capital priorities include Lomans Bay Phase 3 Engine Hall, battery energy storage systems at Cane Hall and Myro, and a new power station in Bequia. These investments strengthen reliability today while preparing the grid for tomorrow. But, Madam Speaker, infrastructure alone is not enough. Reform must be anchored in law. To support this transformation, we are modernizing the regulatory framework that governs the energy sector. National energy policy. We are updating the 2009 policy to reflect advances in renewable technologies and grid management. We are also amending the 1973 Electricity Supply Act to facilitate renewable integration, enable future independent power producers, and strengthen consumer protection. This legal renewal is essential to crowd in private investment while safeguarding the public interest. Speaker, our energy strategy for 2026 represents a decisive shift. We are not merely reacting to past shocks. We are reducing exposure, containing risk, and re-engineering resilience. By acting with realism, discipline, and foresight, this government is securing a more stable, more affordable, more sovereign energy future for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, I now turn to construction industry and also housing. Madam Speaker, construction demand will continue to expand, driven by the recovery of the Southern Grenadines and our large-scale road rehabilitation programs. Yet, national contractor capacity has not grown at the same pace. The result has been chronic delays and escalating costs. This mismatch has three clear dimensions. First, the skills gap. Despite high unemployment, contractors report acute shortages of skilled masons, carpenters, and heavy equipment operators. This reflects not a lack of labor, but a productivity deficit rooted in weak skills transmission and certification. We must fix this. Second, the wage incentive paradox. Construction wages have not kept pace with inflation, while wages in hospitality have risen sharply. For many young people, construction is perceived as physically demanding work with insufficient reward. Our TVET reforms are designed to rebalance these incentives by professionalizing the trades, improving site productivity, and restoring dignity to skilled work. Third, the execution gap. Demand has surged faster than systems, skills, and standards have adapted. Madam Speaker, our move towards steel frame housing has exposed limited prior experience among local firms. To deliver homes at the speed recovery demands, Cabinet has endorsed a targeted response. We are deploying specialist construction teams on a short-term basis, working alongside local contractors. This is not substitution, it is parallel participation. Practical, on-the-job skills transfer designed to flatten the learning curve and build domestic capability. Madam Speaker, capacity constraints have been compounded by weak financial discipline. We have seen funds commingled across projects and repeated extensions granted without consequence. This practice ends now. We are shifting decisively to performance-based participation. To ensure accountability, all contract terms will be strictly enforced, and non-compliance will result in immediate penalties. Furthermore, we will implement a disqualification policy for any participants who consistently fail to meet established performance standards. Eligibility for future awards will be based on demonstrated delivery capacity, not simply on the lowest bid. Madam Speaker, improving construction productivity delivers fiscal dividends. Every delay increases increase borrowing costs, and crowds out other priorities. By focusing on productivity, equipment access, and execution discipline, we are repositioning construction to be the engine rather than the bottleneck of national transformation. Madam Speaker, housing is far more than mere shelter. It serves as a measure of equity and a vital anchor for human dignity. Ultimately, the way a society ensures its people are housed stands as a definitive test of its national progress. The facts are stark. By 2023, households had increased by 27.5% to nearly 39,000. Yet, our housing stock is aging rapidly. Nearly half of all dwellings were built before 1999, while only 11% were constructed since 2017. Meanwhile, the squatting population has tripled since 2001, signaling a deepening structural deficit. Madam Speaker, the back-to-back shocks of the 2021 La Soufrière eruption and Hurricane Beryl in 2024 exposed the painful truth. Many homes failed not solely because of the storm's intensity, but because of structural weaknesses, poor construction practices, and limited access to resilient financing. In the southern Grenadines, destruction was nearly total. Recovery credibility now rests on visible progress. Accordingly, $35 million has been allocated in the 2026 capital estimates for housing development, rehabilitation, and the upgrading of informal settlements. Also, Madam Speaker, this government has launched Project Hope as a stability-critical intervention, not a routine capital program. Speed, visibility, and standards define its approach. The key pillars include mixed team execution. Specialist housing teams are working alongside local contractors to accelerate steel frame construction and overcome immediate capacity bottlenecks. We will not merely rebuild, we will re-engineer. Our strategy includes 1. Targeted relief for the elderly poor, prioritizing repairs based on objective vulnerability assessments. Objective vulnerability assessment. Evidence-based assessment. Informal settlement retrofitting, benefiting 300 families over 3 years. Also, a National Housing Recovery and Resilience Fund, housed within the National Development Bank, offering low-interest loans and grants to support Build Back Better reconstruction. Madam Speaker, modular and alternative construction methods, faster and more scalable than traditional masonry to overcome land and cost constraint, will also be added. We will also facilitate and promote private sector investment in the housing sector, and there are some exciting projects underway, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the road to recovery is paved. It has roofs we place over our people's heads. Through Project Hope, we are replacing uncertainty with steel, fragility with resilience, and vulnerability with dignity, building a nation ready to withstand the next storm. I turn now, Madam Speaker, to education and human capital. Everything we do depends on our people. The Ministry of Education is undergoing a structural transformation, reflecting its expanded responsibility for human capital formation and long-term national productivity. Our consultations across the system have revealed one unavoidable truth. Access alone is no longer enough. If we are to raise productivity, close skill gaps, and unlock opportunity, we must confront the quality deficits that now represent a principal constraint of our national development. The math crisis, Madam Speaker. Data from our education management information system presents a sobering reality. National mathematics pass rates remain critically low, fluctuating between 29% and 41%. This is not an abstract concern. Weak numeracy undermines readiness for technical and scientific careers. It constrains entry into engineering, construction, and digital fields. And it explains the paradox we face today: high unemployment alongside acute skill shortages. To address this at the root, this government is changing how mathematics is taught. We are moving decisively away from the traditional generalist teacher model and toward early specialist intervention. Accordingly, we are deploying specialist mathematics teachers at the primary level, from grades K to 6, to ensure strong foundational learning at the point where it matters most. Madam Speaker, we will have productivity reform. This reform is explicitly designed to feed into our technical and vocational education and training, engineering and construction pipelines, strengthening the supply of technically capable workers over the medium term. This early intervention in the service is in the service of national productivity. Madam Speaker, we must now confront a long-standing cultural failure, the stigma attached to technical vocational education and training. TVET must be a first-choice pathway, not a remedial option, particularly in an economy facing acute labor shortages in construction, plumbing, electrical, and mechanical trades. This budget, therefore, introduces a set of practical reforms. Prior learning assessments. A major innovation in this budget is the introduction of the prior learning assessments. This allows skilled but uncertified community tradesmen to gain formal certification. Once certified, these practitioners can be engaged to train young people locally, decentralizing skill transmission and accelerating labor supply. The National TVET Center of Excellence, Madam Speaker. While feasibility work continues, a broader network of centers of excellence, we remain firmly committed to establishing a national TVET Institute to deliver industry-aligned, high-quality technical training. This is how we turn informal skill into formal productivity. Madam Speaker, I must say something about the reinstating of teachers. Madam Speaker, we are managing the reintegration of teachers terminated under the previous administration vaccine mandate. My government, my government has kept its principled promise to reinstate teachers and other public servants fired under the previous government's draconian vaccine mandate policy. This process is ongoing as we work to ensure that affected persons are put back into jobs with their full benefits intact and can continue to provide service with dignity and professionalism. We are committed to the smooth and speedy implementation of this policy and have worked closely with the relevant trade unions to move it along accordingly. Madam Speaker, at the same time, we are addressing the hidden costs of education borne by families. Accordingly, we have noted with concern that the growth of fees at secondary school and at community college, they are posing to be onerous for students and their families, and even deter students from starting or continuing at the college. We cannot, as a nation, risk the loss of skills and abilities that come with educating our people simply because many cannot afford to attend our schools. Accordingly, we will remove the administrative fees and ensure equity and affordability across the public school system. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, we are also revitalizing school libraries through partnerships such as Hands Across the Sea, maximizing educational impact while minimizing fiscal costs. Education reform is not about rhetoric. It is about outcomes. You know, fancy sounding name from us. It's about results. It is about skills that match jobs, learning that feeds productivity, and systems that serve the future. By confronting the quality gaps, professionalizing technical pathways, and restoring fairness with discipline, this government is building the human capital foundation required for sustained growth and national resilience. Madam Speaker, I now turn to social protection. The people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines have entrusted this administration with a mandate for transformation, a mandate to rebuild confidence, strengthen resilience, and restore faith in our future. At the heart of that mandate lies human development, creating the conditions in which every citizen can live with dignity, security, and opportunity. Within the first week of taking office, it became clear that our institutional framework required strengthening. We therefore acted decisively, establishing two dedicated entities to better serve our people: the Ministry of Social Welfare, Community Empowerment, Ecclesiastical Affairs and National Heritage, and the new Ministry of Family and Gender Affairs and Persons with Disabilities, and of course we added labor. For 2026, the estimated total expenditure for the Ministry of Social Welfare and Community Empowerment stands at $36.9 million, a clear statement of this government's priorities. Our social protection systems have come under severe strain from overlapping physical, social, and economic shocks. These shocks expose deep socioeconomic vulnerabilities and place extraordinary pressure on the mechanisms designed to protect our most vulnerable citizens, the elderly, the youth, the unemployed, persons with disabilities, and women and children. The public assistance program remains the primary tool for cushioning households in distress. To provide immediate relief from the rising cost of living, this government is doubling the poor relief to $500 a month for 4,614 beneficiaries. This action responds directly to the reality that 1 in 3 Vincentians is either living in poverty or just one paycheck away from it. Alongside this expansion, we are strengthening the system itself. By March 2026, we will execute a critical review of the eligibility criteria for all public assistance programs to ensure equity, transparency, and alignment with current socioeconomic conditions. All who need the assistance must get it. And support will be provided to assist those who can transition into employment to do so effectively. Madam Speaker, social protection must do more than cushion hardship. It must support progress. In 2026, we will implement the We Can Empowerment Program, assisting beneficiaries through social assistance and family life education, and farm skills internships and business skills development, linking vulnerable households directly to productive sectors. This is support that empowers, not dependency that endures. Social development remains the cornerstone of our commitment to the indigent and poor. Under this program, vulnerability grants will continue for the elderly, persons with disabilities, and those medically unfit for work, including the continuation of the Hot Meals program. Further, emergency relief grants will be provided to 10% of the indigent population to meet urgent needs for medical care, funeral costs, utility payments, and back-to-school expenses. Also, the home care services will be expanded through the home health program, offering dignified residential support as an alternative to institutionalization of our elderly. Madam Speaker, the 2023 Population and Housing Census reveals sobering demographic pressures. An aging population. 14.4% of our people are now over the age of 65. A rising dependency burden. The total age dependency ratio stands at 52%, with older persons accounting for nearly 40% of that burden. The pressures are on national insurance. In 2024, 46,176 insured persons supported 10,226 pensioners. The sustainability of social protection is inseparable from labor market outcomes. While the employed population grew by 13.9% between 2012 and 2023, national employment remains high at 17.9%, some say higher, with youth unemployment far more severe. Ages 15 to 19, they're 51.1% unemployed. Ages 20 to 24, 28.3% unemployed. Those 25 to 29, 19.4% unemployed. These figures underline a difficult transition from school to work and reinforce the need to integrate education with hands-on, work-based training. Against this backdrop, Budget 2026 advances a coordinated resilience agenda, shifting social protection from reactive support to proactive empowerment. While government must continue to do its part, we will help to enable people to protect and help themselves, especially as they know their own needs better than government can. Madam Speaker, we are reorienting systems towards employability through expanded TVET, digital skills development, and the Youth Guarantee Pledge. We are strengthening community and household resilience, supported by $36.9 million in expenditure. We are implementing conditional cash transfers through the We Can program, linking assistance to skills and education. We are reforming targeting and eligibility to ensure equity and transparency. We are promoting job creation and structural mobility by linking skills development directly to entrepreneurship and employment. Madam Speaker, I speak about the youth. Much of what I said earlier concerns them, but specifically. Our young people are the living capital of this nation. They embody our creativity, our resilience, and our capacity to adapt. If we are serious about securing the future of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, then we must be equally serious about investing in our youth. Not as a slogan, but as a governing priority. As the artist Buju Banton observed, opportunity, a scarce commodity in this time. For too many young Vincentians, that line has felt less like poetry and more like lived reality. For way too long, opportunities in information technology, digital enterprise, sports, and creative industries have been constrained by weak infrastructure, limited access to finance, and by failure to properly value youth talent. This era ends now. This government has adopted a deliberate, disciplined, and deliverable plan to expand opportunity, retain talent, and ensure that young people can build meaningful lives here at home. We campaigned about this. Madam Speaker, by the end of our first term, every young person in St. Vincent and the Grenadines will have access to one of three pathways: a job, a place in education or training, is that you're working or you're training, or a structured internship. We refuse to let any young person sit idle or allowed their inherent talents to be written off. This is our promise, to ensure that no generation is ever allowed to drift. Madam Speaker, I turn to speak a bit more specifically about gender and social inclusion. You've heard about the ministry that we've created. Madam Speaker, gender and social inclusion are not peripheral concerns. They are cross-cutting determinants of protection, productivity, and social stability. If we fail to address them, we entrench inequality. If we confront them, we unlock national potential. First, the education performance gap. Female students currently outperform male students by 9 to 15%. This is not a triumph to be ignored, nor a disparity to be denied. It is a signal for early targeted intervention. Our policy response must address the specific vulnerabilities of boys at the earliest stage, strengthening engagement, reducing dropout risk, and preventing the downstream paths to crime and exclusion. Second, the care economy. Women remain the primary absorbers of economic shocks through unpaid care work, work that sustains families, stabilizes communities, and supports the wider economy, yet too often goes unrecognized. This government is expanding the home help program to support 378 clients, providing a cost-effective alternative to institutionalization while preserving the dignity and independence of our seniors. Third, safeguarding our girls. It is a moral deficit that there is currently zero state residential capacity for teenage girls over the age of 11 who are removed from unsafe homes. That gap, that deficit is unacceptable. I have therefore directed the immediate funding of a dedicated residential facility, not as a discretionary item, but as a sacred obligation of the state to protect those most at risk. Fourth, protecting invisible children. Too many children remain legally invisible because their births are not registered, leaving them exposed to exploitation and denied access to basic rights. We are harmonizing our legislation to address this crisis decisively, ensuring that every child is recognized, protected, and accounted for, including reforms to raise the age of consent and strengthen safeguards. Health and wellness. Getting there. Madam Speaker, the health of our nation is the bedrock of productivity, of resilience, and national development. Access to affordable, high-quality health care is not merely a social service. It is a strategic investment in growth. For 2026, the total estimated expenditure for the Ministry of Health, Wellness, Environmental Health and Energy stands at $117.5 million. This allocation reflects a holistic vision, one that nurtures mind, body, and spirit, while safeguarding the environmental services upon which public health depends. Madam Speaker, we must also confront an uncomfortable truth revealed by the 2023 census. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is facing a silent, painful epidemic of non-communicable diseases. We now record 12,239 cases of hypertension, 7,039 cases of diabetes. These conditions reduce life quality, strain families, and place growing pressure on our health system. A trip to the wards at Milton Cater Memorial Hospital reveals a sad story. Many people with amputated limbs and vision problems caused by diabetes, sugar as we call it. We are fully aware must be done to prevent and manage these chronic illnesses. The ancient wisdom in the saying, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure, still applies. We will put it into practice in our healthcare system in an urgent and compelling manner. Madam Speaker, our reform agenda is grounded in risk mitigation, self-reliance, and institutional strength. We are building a system that is resilient to shocks and responsive to local needs. Accordingly, we are implementing a human resources for health plan, aligning skills with service demand and addressing critical staffing gaps. We will also begin a 3-year phase-out of the Reliance and Cuban district medical officers, starting with the recruitment of 4 local medical officers in 2026 to address language barriers and reduce foreign staffing costs. They may be redeployed elsewhere as needed. Decentralizing diagnostic services, strengthening laboratory quality systems to increase patient access to community laboratories from 8% to 18% in 2026. We will also be expanding dental services, hiring 2 additional dental surgeons and 2 dental assistants, and increasing capacity at Calico and Chateaubelair. This is a shift from dependence to capability, from fragmentation to fit-for-purpose delivery. Madam Speaker, while we build for the future, we must stabilize the present. Work continues at the Honestfield Hospital, which will consolidate maternity, pediatric, and all major hospital services. This facility will become the principal hospital for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We will not leave pediatrics and maternity behind in Kingstown. Our women and children are too important to be left behind. As for Milton Cater Memorial Hospital, we have allocated up to $1 million for urgent roof and operating theater repairs to ensure continued functionality during the transition. We also, Madam Speaker, will build supply chain efficiency. That is to eliminate $350,000 in annual rental waste. We will construct a $2.5 million centralized prefabricated warehouse at Diamond, securing medical supplies and improving logistics. With respect to emergency medical services, we are standardizing training and response protocols to integrate and strengthen the National Emergency Response System. Madam Speaker, our health strategy begins not in the hospital, but in communities. Cancer screening and support. In 2026, we will introduce screening for breast cancer, cervical, prostate, and colon cancers at all primary healthcare centers. In addition, $1 million is allocated for a patient support unit to coordinate overseas radiotherapy and other life-saving interventions. As for mental health and geriatric care, Madam Speaker, we are revising policy frameworks to strengthen mental health services and enhancing geriatric care at the Louis Pinette Home through updated admission policies and targeted staff training. Madam Speaker, there's also an effort in digital transformation in the healthcare system. Supported by a $6 million grant from Taiwan, we are implementing a comprehensive health information system digitizing records, and enabling data-driven planning and accountability. This is a great efficiency, Madam Speaker. Prevention, early detection, and timely care remain the most cost-effective investments that we can make. A stitch in time still saves nine. Madam Speaker, environmental health is public health. The ministry is strengthening its role as the guardian of public well-being by prioritizing safe water, secure food systems, and a cleaner energy footprint. Central to this mission is the enhancement of our public health surveillance, which includes the development of a modern electronics complaint registry, and the expansion of our regulatory capacity to ensure the highest standards of safety and sustainability. We know, Madam Speaker, that the road ahead is demanding. But by focusing on stabilization, localization, and quality, this government is building a health system that is resilient in crisis, responsive in care, and respectful of every Vincentian. Our health and the wealth of our nation are inextricably bound up together. Hence, we will continue to push to improve healthcare as a critical component of resilient development. Madam Speaker, I turn to national security and public safety. The mandate of the Ministry of National Security, Disaster Management, and Immigration underpins the confidence our citizens and investors place in this nation. Safety is not merely a social good. It is a precondition for stability, investment, and national resilience. For 2026, the total estimated expenditure for this ministry is $111.6 million, comprised of $93.8 million in recurrent expenditure and $17.8 million in capital expenditure. You could clap a little bit more. Madam Speaker, the 2026 security agenda is defined not by a simple expansion of headcount, but by the urgent need for internal repair and structural correction. For too long, our security services have operated under personnel bottlenecks and degraded infrastructure that undermine morale and effectiveness. We are correcting these distortions and restoring dignity to those who protect us. Madam Speaker, a critical distortion exists within the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force. Approximately 112 officers have been serving as acting corporals for more than some for as long as 8 years, without receiving the substantive salary attached to that rank. That erosion of morale ends now. Accordingly, we are implementing a pay for acting policy, under which officers receive the rank's salary after a 6 months probationary period. So you ain't gonna be working for 8 years without getting the pay. To fund this change, we will forego the creation of new senior ranks, including deputy commissioner, in the 2026 estimates, redirecting those savings to frontline supervision. This is reform that is fair, disciplined, and fiscally responsible. Madam Speaker, condition of several police facilities is simply unacceptable, posing health risks, operational inefficiencies, and legal liabilities. We are acting immediately. The Calico Police Station is unfit for occupation. Officers will relocate to the town hall while a new facility is pursued. Similarly, officers in Barley will move to the community center to escape hazardous conditions. Madam Speaker, the capital budget provides for design and consulting services for the Spring Village, Leyu, Calico, Paget Farm, and Union Island police stations, laying the groundwork for modern fit-for-purpose facilities. Not just pushing them into the building anyway. We are expanding the police crime management data system beyond its current 20% coverage and advancing procurement of forensic software, drones, and modern forensic laboratory design. We're serious about fighting crime, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, operational readiness depends on mobility and communication. Where multiple stations have shared a single vehicle, we are applying practical solutions. We have approved the purchase of quality used vehicles to put wheels on the roads quickly, avoiding 5-month delays associated with new dealer lead times. Madam Speaker, an allocation of $200,000 funds Phase 2 of the CCTV expansion, targeting 17 additional high crime access points. We're fighting crime. We are continuing, Madam Speaker, also the procurement of digital mobile radios and supporting IT hardware to ensure a secure modern communications network. Madam Speaker, security reform must extend across land and sea. We have set a strategic objective to close the Kingstown prison and consolidate operations at Belial by mid-2026. National security, Madam Speaker, is inseparable from disaster preparedness. Through NEMO and the Met Services, we are strengthening early warning systems and response capacity. Regarding seismic monitoring, upgrades to the Belmont Observatory and the seismic network at La Soufrière volcano are underway, with completion expected by May of this year. Concerning warehousing and headquarters, planned works include repairs to the NEMO headquarters and enhanced warehouse facilities in Union Island and Barley. Madam Speaker, regarding community readiness in disasters, Bequia is scheduled to achieve tsunami readiness status in 2026, strengthening local preparedness and public awareness. In 2026, the 2026 National Security Agenda is about removing operational choke points. It is about restoring dignity to service. It is about ensuring readiness in the face of risk. By investing in people, facilities, and systems, this government is building a foundation of safety, respect, and operational confidence, ensuring our officers have the tools, the conditions, and the fair pay they need to keep the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines safe. Madam Speaker, I turn to the exciting subject of our foreign policy, trade and investment. Madam Speaker, honorable members, the 2026 budget marks a strategic repositioning of our foreign policy. We are moving away from a traditionally representational portfolio towards a platform for economic statecraft. The deliberate use of our diplomacy and trade policy to advance growth, investment, and fiscal resilience. Today, this ministry is framed not merely as a diplomatic function, but as a driver of three core components of our growth: consumption, investment, and net trade. Our agenda emphasizes commercial diplomacy, investment facilitation, and risk containment, ensuring that every external relationship translates into tangible economic outcome. Regarding diaspora affairs, Madam Speaker, we are moving to mobilize global Vincentian capital. Our diaspora is a magnificent extension of our nation, contributing $236.8 million in remittances in 2025. It's not small change. However, we must move beyond episodic engagement towards structured diaspora direct investment and skills transfer. Therefore, we are establishing a dedicated department, including diaspora desks in key consulates, to match the capital and expertise of Vincentians abroad. With opportunities in housing, tourism, and niche agriculture. To operationalize this unit, we have identified a requirement of $146,000. In keeping with our commitment to fiscal discipline, this allocation will be phased to ensure every dollar is tied to measurable engagement benchmarks. This is not guesswork. Madam Speaker, our vulnerability as a small island developing state is confounded by gaps in our external trade representation. We currently lack a permanent presence in the WTO in Geneva and have limited representation in the post-Brexit UK and EU environments. So therefore, Madam Speaker, within the Trade Department, we are establishing a specialized unit to assist local exporters with complex certification requirements and to navigate multilateral trade regimes. In our thrust to commercial diplomacy, this is a skills-intensive intervention, Madam Speaker, designed to defend Vincentian assets in global negotiations and support our exporters as they seek new horizons for our produce. Further, while we seek to market St. Vincent and the Grenadines to the world, we must ensure that our internal house is in order. The Investment Act, Madam Speaker. External promotion is hollow without a modern legislative foundation. So we are prioritizing the drafting and tabling of a new Investment Act to promote the certainty and credibility required by certain global investors. Madam Speaker, our foreign policy is now a tool for grant and concessional financing mobilization. We are aligning our diplomatic efforts with facilities from the World Bank and the European Union to fund digitalization in our ports and custom systems, to fund food security and trade facilitation initiatives, and also clean energy integration at our national gateways. Madam Speaker, the 2026 approach avoids new bureaucracies in favor of targeted units and legislative fixes. We are building an economy that is not just open for business, but strategically positioned to thrive on the world stage. Madam Speaker, the long-term goal of our administration is to grow our way out of the current crisis through a program of economic stabilization and transformation. This strategy is built upon the four structural pillars: agriculture, the blue economy, tourism, and the new economy. Campaign about them too. Regarding agriculture and forestry, Madam Speaker, the agriculture and forestry sector, for 2026, the estimated total expenditure for the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Transformation is $33.2 million. This allocation is not merely a line item. It is a strategic investment in the twin objectives of food security and rural development. Our strategy is designed to foster an environment of entrepreneurial activity among farmers, fisherfolk, and forest users, ensuring that our natural resources drive employment and foreign exchange. Madam Speaker, we must confront the unvarnished truth revealed by the data. The contribution of agriculture, forestry, and fishing to our gross domestic product plummeted from 8.7% in 2020 to 3.5% in 2024. Our crop subsector alone collapsed from 5.9% contribution to a mere 2% in the same period. This is the heartbreaking result of unprecedented natural shocks, poor management, and a hollow policy direction. The export performance tells a similar tale, decreasing by 15.3% in value in 2024, as our main commodities, banana, plantain, and root crops, suffered significant losses. However, by the latter half of the first 6 months of 2025, we saw increased output in fruit-bearing commodities. Madam Speaker, agriculture must be repositioned from a social safety net into a productive, export-led engine. Today, we commit to treating farming as a serious business that it is. Madam Speaker, we are launching a pilot to second idle government land, agricultural workers to private lands to boost national production and address acute labor shortages. We want, Madam Speaker, to use this land to put into the right hands. We must also, in the Ministry of Finance, we will no longer entertain special warrants for predictable wage overruns. These costs must be regularized or cut. Madam Speaker, we must also pursue a policy whereby we have a national aggregator. We will fulfill our commitment to establish a central aggregator by being the buyer of last resort to secure international contracts and prevent produce from rotting in the fields. The farmers deserve that. Madam Speaker, we will also upgrade agricultural facilities, those at Lacroix, Langley Park, and Lauders, to support advanced post-harvest handling and processing. That is underway. In 2026, Madam Speaker, the government has allocated $10.6 million to implement 14 transformative capital projects. I'll mention a few. The Arrow Road Revitalization, $2.7 million. We are completing a new processing plant and procuring equipment that meets international safety standards to breathe life back into the northern economy. We are also, Madam Speaker, undertaking an agriculture and fisheries census at a cost of $521 million. Under the OECS data and decision-making project, we are funding a comprehensive census to provide critical data on production and land use. This is long overdue, Madam Speaker. Digital integration. We expect the operationalization of the National Agricultural Information Management System by the third quarter of 2026 to provide evidence-based data for planning. You say we're going to treat agriculture as a business, you have to have data. Madam Speaker, the theft of farmers' hard work is a crime against our national security. We are implementing a zero-tolerance approach to predial larceny by establishing a special police unit to combat agricultural theft, by reforming the Predial Larceny Act and introducing special court procedures to ensure swift prosecution and compensation for losses, and increasing prison sentences for those convicted of agricultural theft. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, we are investing in the next generation by introducing or reintroducing agricultural science in our schools and reintroducing agricultural exhibitions to encourage innovation. We will also launch a national farmer identification program to improve produce traceability, meeting the rigorous standards of global markets. We have to modernize our agriculture, Madam Speaker. Our reforestation and ridge-to-reef programs are not merely environmental initiatives. They are economic imperatives. The damage to our watersheds affects the marine life. We shall protect the watersheds that underpin our entire agriculture and fisheries systems and enhance climate resilience. Madam Speaker, I've said before, the road ahead is steep, but the NDP philosophy is proven. We are building an agricultural sector that is resilient, adaptive, and future-oriented, one that secures our food, our soil health, our sovereignty, create jobs and wealth. Madam Speaker, honorable members, I turn to the blue economy, a subject close to my heart. Sure it is. Madam Speaker, honorable members, the blue economy is more than just a buzzword. It is the sustainable lifeblood of a multi-island state. While 71% of our planet is covered by water, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the ocean represents our greatest under-leveraged growth frontier. For too long, our maritime assets, such as rich fishing grounds to our natural harbors, have been constrained by policy fragmentation, weak infrastructure and regulation, and limited commercialization. Today, I announce a pivot from neglect to a pragmatic and enabling strategy. We will pair conservation with development, ensuring that our coral reefs and coastal assets are preserved while we unlock new economic prospects in ecotourism, marine innovation, and sustainable fisheries. Madam Speaker, to demonstrate our resolve, this administration has created a standalone Ministry of Fisheries, Marine and Land Conservation, and Climate Resilience. We said we would do it. This ministry is not merely a name change. It is a mandate to foster a thriving blue economy and build resistance against climate vulnerabilities. However, we must be honest about the starting point. In 2026, the 2026 budget consultations reveal that the Fisheries Department headquarters is currently a health and safety liability, plagued by persistent mold and equipment dating back to the 1980s. We cannot build a sustainable fisheries sector on a crumbling foundation. Consequently, our 2026 program prioritizes immediate funds are being released to BRAXA for a comprehensive renovation of the fisheries headquarters to ensure occupational safety. Another priority, Madam Speaker, is commercialization. We are repositioning fisheries from a subsistence activity into a commercial, export-capable subsector by strengthening cold chain integration and storage. But, Madam Speaker, we all know the oceans do not have infinite resources. Accordingly, the Fisheries, Marine and Land Conservation and Climate Resilient Ministry, in close consultation with fishers, will establish 2 wild nurseries in 2026. These are protected areas where there will be a prohibition on harvesting of conch lobster and most types of fishing. One is off Adams Bay and the other is in Islecott. The ministry will also partner with NGOs to do regular mapping and data collection of our fish stocks and our coral reefs and river species. My government will develop policies driven both by data and in close consultation with fishing communities because it protects their livelihoods. We recognize, Madam Speaker, the need for increased regulation to improve fish stock and ensure long-term sustainability. Such regulation will include rules on yachts against discharge to reduce damage to coral reefs. We shall forge partnerships to develop a marine spatial plan for our exclusive economic zone and also explore debt for nature swaps, marrying conservation goals with sustainable financing. The funds from blue financing will be reinvested into building more climate resilient infrastructure for fishers, including fishery centers, jetties, and ramps. Madam Speaker, while fishing and agriculture currently contribute less than 1% to our GDP, the room for growth is immense. The ministry has been allocated $10.9 million for high-impact investment projects. I speak here, Madam Speaker, of the Barley Blackfish facilities, $2.8 million. This project will improve food safety and quality control, securing a sustainable livelihood for the local community. Madam Speaker, this also includes the Bequia Fish Market, where $2.1 million have been allocated. We will provide a safe, hygienic environment for the handling and sale of fish in Bequia. Madam Speaker, new centers at Lowmans Bay and Shipping Bay will drive food security and rural employment. The Northern Grenadines and the mainland recovery. Through the Volcanic Eruption Project, VEEP, we are prioritizing the rehabilitation of Owia and the Chateaubriand Fisheries Centers. We spoke about this on the campaign trail, Madam Speaker. Despite escalating construction costs, these facilities are paramount to addressing the poverty identified in the northern communities. Madam Speaker, I speak a bit about yachting. Our ports must be more than just transit points. They must be blue economy anchors. There will be reforms in our Port Authority. We are restructuring the Port Authority into a landlord regulator model, eliminating administrative bloat and monetizing port facilities through concession fees. I wish also, Madam Speaker, to speak of the Otley Hall Marina. The total refurbishment of the Otley Hall shipyard remains a priority to establish St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a premier center for vessel repair. Our government is open to new private sector partnerships to see a renaissance of this landmark project of the New Democratic Party. We'll get it done, Madam Speaker, before the end of this term. I want now, Madam Speaker, to speak a bit about the third pillar of our economic plan, that is sustainable development. Madam Speaker, sustainable tourism. Madam Speaker, the tourism sector remains a primary engine of our national growth and a central pillar of our One Nation transformation agenda. While we celebrate a tourism supercycle that saw stayover arrivals exceed 100,000 for the first time in 2024, we must move beyond the vanity of aggregate statistics. Our mission in 2026 is to ensure that the increased airlift from carriers like JetBlue and Delta translate ultimately into higher wages for workers in Eastern George or in expanded markets for the farmers in Mariaqua. Madam Speaker, total arrivals are projected to reach 440,000 in 2026, underpinned by a target of 110,000 stayover visitors. However, our performance presents a troubling paradox. While stayover arrivals grew by 14% in the third quarter of 2025, our traditional yachting sector is losing market share to neighbors with more competitive policy environments. Furthermore, our marketing is currently constrained by a structural imbalance. Of the $13 million allocated to the Tourism Authority, nearly $8 million is consumed by minimum revenue guarantees for airlines. To reclaim our fiscal sovereignty and maximize the tourism dollar, the 2026 budget focuses on 4 strategic pillars. We are moving the metric from mere arrival numbers to total visitor expenditure and institutional efficiency. I speak, Madam Speaker, of airlift renegotiation. We will commission specialists to renegotiate airline fee arrangements, reducing the fixed cost burden to free up resources for proactive destination marketing. Regarding the yachting policy, we said we have lost some ground to neighbors. Our decline in yachting is a policy failure, not a geographic one. We are losing spend to neighbors because we lack competitive incentives. To attract more yacht service business, we will introduce duty-free concession regimes for yacht parts and services, incentivizing refits and provisioning within our waters. Madam Speaker, This will enable us to capitalize on the natural advantages we have for yachting visitors who come in increasing numbers but tend to go elsewhere to do their maintenance and provisioning. We intend to recapture this very lucrative component of our yachting subsector. Madam Speaker, we look to introduce a Work from Paradise program. We are targeting high-value digital nomads to encourage extended stays and to deepen their integration in the local economy. To this end, we will also examine the prospects of introducing a temporary residence program for yacht visitors of high net worth so that they would make St. Vincent and the Grenadines their base or second home while in the Caribbean. How does do it? But, Madam Speaker, tourism must not be a prosperous South phenomenon. We are committed to an inclusive model that reaches every part of our country. Niche markets. We are leveraging niche markets, Madam Speaker. Romance, meetings, and conferences and festivals. This will be part of our focus. Community tourism. We will develop wellness and adventure tourism to ensure benefits reach the north, leeward, and north windward parts of our country. Sustainable development, Madam Speaker, is core to all of this. A total of $721,151 is allocated to the Sustainable Development Program to formalize the National Technical Advisory Committee on Health Change and develop a coastal and marine ecosystem atlas. Madam Speaker, we are moving ahead with purpose, using technology and new techniques. I wish now, Madam Speaker, to focus briefly on some aspects of our investment in infrastructure, in tourism. Our 2026 capital expenditure of $15.7 million is a direct investment in the external lungs of our economy, as noted earlier. We will spend money on site rehabilitation. We are utilizing $9 million from the UBEC loan and local loans for the urgent enhancement of heritage sites, including Fort Charlotte, Rawaku, Darkview Falls. The build-out of the Craft Market and Pirates Cove will be completed in the second quarter of 2026. We will also, Madam Speaker, focus on AIA efficiency. That's Argyle International Airport. Less than 10 years after opening, and still with only a few airlines operating in the country, Argyle International Airport is already out of space. To solve terminal congestions, we are investing just over $1 million in a new air traffic management system and enhancing scheduling protocols to spread airline arrivals across the day. We also have to include, Madam Speaker, our local investors, everybody in the tourism dollar. So we will use the National Development Bank, Madam Speaker, when it's established, to partner with local entrepreneurs, waking up sleeping liquidity to invest in quality room stock alongside the international brands. We have to have a piece of the action for the ordinary persons in Vincent and Grenadines. Madam Speaker, the development of human capital and safety. We spoke earlier about the TVET Centers of Excellence. To bridge the skills gap, we are establishing a national center for industry-aligned certifications, ensuring Vincentians are leaders, not just employees. We are also, Madam Speaker, funding urgent cadet training and retention allowances to protect safety and regulatory capacity in our skies. Madam Speaker, in sum, the outlook for tourism is bright, but it requires not only expansion, but also optimization. By fixing policy distortions and investing in our people, we ensure this sector delivers sustained benefits for every Vincentian household. I now turn to the fourth pillar of our economic strategy, the new economy. Madam Speaker, if our traditional sectors are the roots of our economic tree, the new economy represents the fresh branches, reaching towards the limitless possibilities of the digital and creative age. We cannot build a 21st century nation on a 20th century framework. Our One Nation transformation agenda recognizes that innovation, sports, and creative arts are not mere hobbies. They are core national assets capable of generating sustainable wealth. The digital pivot, Madam Speaker, is already visible in our labor data, with the information sector expanding by 110% over the last decade. To accelerate this, we are establishing a national innovation hub. We campaign on that. This campus will serve as an incubator for entrepreneurship, providing our youth with high-demand ICT certifications that command global wages. Madam Speaker, also through the National Development Bank, we will provide the startup capital for digital entrepreneurs, ensuring that a lack of collateral does not mean a lack of opportunity for our brightest minds. In the creative industries, Madam Speaker, modeled after successful regional frameworks, we will introduce the Creative Industries Act. This legislative pillar will establish a cultural industries development fund within the National Development Bank to provide seed financing for artistic ventures. Madam Speaker, we will provide duty-free concessions for creative equipment used in the creative industries of up to $20,000, empowering our musicians, filmmakers, and designers, and DJs, and so forth, to produce world-class content. We will also, Madam Speaker, operationalize the National Cultural Foundation as a revenue-generating body, featuring an e-commerce platform to sell Vincentian artisans goods globally. And this, of course, Madam Speaker, requires also unlocking the payment gateways that we've spoken about. Madam Speaker, the new economy includes also paying attention to the sports and the development of our athletes. Our athletes are our most visible ambassadors. We are institutionalizing high-performance training through the National Athletes Program, where elite athletes of all ages will receive support from the state, parallel to our national scholars. Furthermore, we are redirecting $1 million previously used for political semi-pro leagues towards lighting our playing fields in various areas. This, Madam Speaker, provides immediate community access, supports social development, and creates the infrastructure necessary to market St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a premier destination for sports tourism. To anchor anchor these initiatives, Madam Speaker, I repeat the sacred pledge of this administration, that is the Youth Guarantee Pledge, that by the end of this term of our government, every young person in this country will have access to a job or a training spot or an internship program. We will not allow, as I said, the generation to languish. We will not allow them, we will give them the tools to build their lives here in their nation. I wish, Madam Speaker, now to turn to the engine of growth, the private sector and private sector development. Madam Speaker, the consultations of recent weeks have delivered a clear and sobering consensus. Private sector-led growth is the only viable path to medium-term economic expansion and fiscal sustainability. Our public investment capacity is constrained by a historic debt to GDP ratio of 110.3%. And the public service has reached its limit as the employer of first resort. In this context, growth cannot be commanded by the state alone. It must be enabled, unlocked, and sustained by private enterprise. This government is therefore redefining its role. We are no longer the primary operator of economic activity. We are the facilitator, the regulator, and the risk reducer. Our 2026 private sector framework is designed to crowd in investments, lower the hidden tax of inefficiency, and remove the institutional bottlenecks that have too long suppressed Vincentian initiative. We are reformalizing a private sector advisory council with immediate effect, tasking it to review our ease of doing business performance and submit a deregulation roadmap within 90 days. You see, Madam Speaker, certainty attracts capital. Credibility sustains it. Madam Speaker, for too many businesses, operational inefficiency and high utility costs act as a silent tax on competitiveness. This government is removing those frictions. We have, with respect to energy sector reform, Madam Speaker, we have heard the concerns of our manufacturers. To make solar investment viable, we will review and revise the regulatory cap on renewable self-generation for commercial entities. This should not be an artificial barrier, Madam Speaker. Further, rather than chasing new mega projects, we are prioritizing operational fixes at our ports and airports, reducing logistics costs for exporters and tourism operators. Lower costs means higher margins. Higher margins means more jobs. Madam Speaker, small and medium-sized enterprises are the lifeblood of our villages and communities. Yet too many remain locked out of traditional credit markets. We're changing that. The National Development Bank, Madam Speaker, we are accelerating the launch of the National Development Bank, using partial credit guarantees to de-risk lending to agriculture and micro, small, and medium enterprises, to crowd commercial banks into productive sectors. Madam Speaker, this is something that we campaigned on. The Small Business Development Bill also, we will bring forward this long dormant legislation to legally define MSMEs and link fiscal incentives directly to growth, employment, and formalization. Madam Speaker, this may be music to the ears of local contractors. We are going to introduce a local content policy. Foreign contractors and government projects will be required to subcontract a minimum of 20 to 30% of work to local firms, ensuring that the cranes in the sky translate into income for Vincentian contractors and workers. This is how we turn procurement into participation. Madam Speaker, we face a persistent paradox, as I said earlier, of high unemployment alongside acute shortages in technical trades. So, we have a policy of skills rebalancing. In line with our education and TVET reforms, we are shifting training towards technical certification aligned with the needs of construction, tourism, and infrastructure. This, Madam Speaker, is growth without debt, investment without exposure. Madam Speaker, the state must exit the areas where the private sector operates more efficiently. By shifting from operator to enabler, the government is forging a new social contract, one in which enterprise is rewarded, initiative is unlocked, and growth is shared. Madam Speaker, this is how we move. From rescue to resilience, from dependence to dynamism, from constraint to confidence. Driven by local ingenuity and enterprise of our Vincentian people. You got to believe in our people, Madam Speaker. I wish to say a little more, Madam Speaker, about the National Development Bank. Madam Speaker, a central lesson of our economic reality is clear. St. Vincent and the Grenadines cannot grow in its way. St. Vincent and the Grenadines cannot grow its way out of debt without unlocking the productive potential of its people. The transformation we seek will not be delivered solely by large projects or foreign investment. It must be driven by small and medium-sized enterprises, startups, farmers, fishers, creatives, and innovators across this nation. This budget, therefore, places deliberate emphasis on broadening access to finance, particularly for those productive sectors that are consistently identified as being too risky by traditional commercial lending institutions, despite their proven capacity to generate employment, export, and income. Madam Speaker, it is for this reason that in 2026, this government will establish and operationalize the National Commercial Bank, not as another bureaucracy, but as a National Development Bank. Yes. Not as another bureaucracy, but as a strategic financial instrument designed to fund growth, resilience, and productive enterprise. The National Development Bank will focus explicitly on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, so-called MSMEs. It will focus on startups and youth-led enterprises. It will focus on agriculture and fisheries, agro-processing, and food security. Also on tourism-linked domestic entrepreneurship. It will also, Madam Speaker, finance in the blue economy, creative industries, and the digital economy. Exciting times ahead. These sectors are essential if we are to broaden ownership in our economy, deepen local value added, and ensure that the growth reaches communities that have historically been excluded from the economic mainstream, particularly in rural and northern communities. Madam Speaker, the purpose of the national development is not to crowd out commercial banks, but to de-risk lending and mobilize capital where the market has consistently failed to do so. Through the use of concessional financing, partial credit guarantees, and blended finance, the National Development Bank will enable viable enterprises to access credit that would otherwise remain beyond their reach. In practical terms, the bank will provide low-interest loans to MSMEs and productive entrepreneurs. It will operate credit guarantee mechanisms to share risk with commercial lenders, support startups and early-stage enterprises that lack collateral but possess strong business potential, prioritize projects that generate employment exports and import substitution. We are equally mindful, Madam Speaker, that access to capital alone is not sufficient. Too many small and medium enterprises struggle not only with financing constraint, but with technical, managerial, and planning gaps that undermine their sustainability. So, accordingly, the National Development Bank will be complemented by enterprise development support, including business development and financial literacy assistance, support for the preparation of bankable business plans, targeted advisory services for exporters, agro processors, and digital enterprises. This integrated approach reflects a simple truth. Productive finance must be paired with productive capacity. The bank isn't there to make money. It's there, Madam Speaker, to let others make money. The establishment of the National Development Bank in 2026 is therefore a pillar of the private sector-led growth strategy. It represents a decisive shift away from consumption-driven expansion towards investment-driven development and from dependence toward enterprise. By mobilizing domestic and concessional capital to support Vincentian Initiative, the National Development Bank will play a critical role in reducing unemployment, particularly among young people, strengthening food security and export capacity, supporting innovation and the new economy, and growing national income without increasing the sovereign debt. This is how we grow our way out of the crisis we inherited. By trusting our people, backing their ideas, providing the financial tools they need to succeed, we are laying the foundations for a more resilient, inclusive, and productive St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Madam Speaker, a word about the Citizenship by Investment program. We will implement it. I now turn to the issue of critical importance, Madam Speaker, securing a resilient, sustainable, and sovereign financial future for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The economic vulnerabilities inherent in our status as a small island developing state, particularly the high and recurring costs of climate resilience, coupled with fiscal risks of relying solely on traditional debt, demand a strategic and non-traditional approach to capital mobilization. It is in this context, Madam Speaker, that I announce that the government's firm intention to launch a Citizenship by Investment program by the middle of this year. Let me be clear from the outset. This will not be a revenue at all cost program. It will be a sovereign capital mobilization strategy designed to strengthen national resilience, reduce debt dependence, and finance long-term development. It will be built on a foundation of uncompromising integrity. Madam Speaker, St. Vincent and the Grenadines enters this space at a pivotal moment. We will therefore adopt the most stringent regional and international standards from the very first day of operation. Our program, Madam Speaker, will be positioned deliberately to secure and reputable and fully aligned with emerging international norms. It will adhere to the mandated investment flow, residency requirements, incorporate best-in-class due diligence systems, and include continuous due diligence, robust multi-layered background screening, and a residency requirement. We will not compete on volume. We will not compromise our standards. We will not trade reputation for short-term gain. Madam Speaker, let the naysayers say what they want. Equally important is how these resources will be used. All proceeds from the program will be channeled through a legislatively established and ring-fenced vehicle. Called the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Investment Fund. This fund will ensure that 100% of non-debt capital mobilized is directed exclusively to verifiable, long-term, productive expenditure, not recurrent spending, not political discretion. To safeguard this principle, we will enshrine in law a strict fiscal resilience and expenditure protocol. Under this legally binding framework, resources will be dedicated to 1. Productive capital investment, included climate resilient infrastructure, the financing of public investment, and the productive sectors, and in reducing long-term costs and strengthening competitiveness. Madam Speaker, we will also be investing in social infrastructure development with priority given to healthcare capacity, education, and technical and vocational training to build human capital. Madam Speaker, it will also be used as a fiscal resilience and contingency buffer, applied directly to national debt reduction and providing immediate liquidity in the event of national disaster or external shock. Madam Speaker, this is not discretionary spending. It is structured investment. It is resilience by design. This program reflects a deliberate choice to finance development without mortgaging the future, to strengthen resilience without expanding debt, and to mobilize capital without compromising our good name. Our commitment to strong governance, proactive risk management, and total transparency is our promise to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to our regional partners, and to the international community. This is not about passports. It is about resilience. It is about leaving a tangible, transformative legacy for generations yet to come. Not just debt, but productive assets. Madam Speaker, if St. Vincent and the Grenadines is to move decisively from recovery to sustained development, we must be clear-eyed about one fundamental truth. I said it before. Government alone cannot drive economic transformation. In small, open, and shock-prone economies such as ours, growth is a shared responsibility. It requires alignment between the state, the private sector, and organized labor, each playing its role, each honoring its obligations, and each committed to the national interest above narrow advantage. It is for this reason, Madam Speaker, that this government is committed to establishing and deepening a national social compact as a central pillar of our economic development strategy. This social compact is not a talk shop, nor is it an abstract declaration of goodwill. It is a practical governance framework designed to build trust and predictability between government, employers, and workers, to align wages, productivity, prices, and investment decisions with national economic realities, and to support macroeconomic stability, competitiveness, and job creation. It also, Madam Speaker, is an approach that ensures that the burdens and the benefits of adjustments and growth are shared fairly. Put simply, we cannot ask workers for restraint, investors for confidence, or citizens for patience unless there is a clear, credible, and inclusive national bargain. For too long, engagement between government, the private sector, and the trade unions has been episodic and reactive, often intensifying only in moments of crisis. That approach has never been sufficient, and certainly it's no longer sufficient. This government will therefore institutionalize structured social dialogue, anchored in regular, formal engagement at the highest levels. Madam Speaker, we have started some of that already. You troublesome. All right. Madam Speaker, accordingly, we will establish the National Social and Economic Partnership Council. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it will bring together the government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, representatives of the private sector and the business community, recognized trade union movements, and where appropriate, representatives of civil society, NGOs, academia, and key productive sectors. This council, Madam Speaker, will operate on a partnership model grounded in mutual respect, shared information, and collective responsibility. Once established, the Social Partnership Council will be mandated to 1. Promote a national dialogue on growth, productivity, and competitiveness, helping to build public consensus around the reforms and adjustments required to secure long-term prosperity. We can't be fighting against each other, Madam Speaker, for the common good. Number 2, it will advise government on a framework of growth and productivity initiatives with clear timelines, focusing not only on what must be done, but how it will be implemented in practice. And 3, Madam Speaker, will support wage and labor market stability by encouraging wage outcomes that are consistent with productivity growth, inflation realities, and fiscal sustainability, protecting workers' purchasing power while safeguarding jobs. And 4, Madam Speaker, it will monitor and report on implementation, ensuring accountability, transparency, and follow through once agreements are reached. It's not a talk shop. This is not about outsourcing policy making, Madam Speaker. Elected government will always govern. But good governance requires listening. It requires partnership and evidence-based decision making. The private sector is not merely a beneficiary of growth. It is the engine of growth. Under the social compact, government commits to policy stability, regulatory clarity, and improved ease of doing business. In turn, we expect increased domestic investment, commitment to workforce training and skills development, responsible pricing behavior, particularly in essential goods and services, and greater integration of local suppliers and SMEs into the value chain. Growth that does not translate into opportunity, employment, and rising productivity is not sustainable growth. As for the role of organized labor, Madam Speaker, the trade union movement has played a historic role in protecting workers' rights and social stability in this country. That role remains indispensable. Within the social compact, organized labor is a strategic partner, not an obstacle to reform, not a passive observer. The compact creates space for early engagement on fiscal realities and economic constraints. The joint problem solving on productivity, absenteeism, and skills mismatches. And of course, also it provides for constructive dialogue on wages, working conditions, and public sector reform, grounded in facts rather than confrontation. In a small economy, Madam Speaker, industrial stability is itself a competitive advantage. We intend to protect it. Madam Speaker, international experience shows that countries that successfully transition from crisis to sustained growth do so by building strong institutions of dialogue and shared ownership. This social compact is therefore not an end in itself. It is a means to an end. An economy that grows faster, more inclusively, and more resiliently. A society where adjustment is fair, and a state that governs with credibility. As we pursue fiscal discipline, unlock productive investment, and modernize the public sector, this social compact will help to ensure that growth is not imposed, but agreed. Not fragile, but durable. Madam Speaker, economic development is not achieved by decree. It is achieved by cooperation, confidence, and collective effort. By deepening a national social compact with the private sector and the trade union movement, this government is laying the institutional foundation for stable growth, decent work, and shared prosperity in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is how we move forward, Madam Speaker, together. Now as to turn to Budget 2026 resource requirements. Madam Speaker, the financing of the 2026 estimates has been carefully structured to ensure fiscal sustainability while providing the resources necessary to advance our national development priorities. The estimates of revenue and expenditure for 2026 amount to $1.9 billion. Financing for this budget is derived from a mix of current revenue, capital receipts, and prudent borrowing, consistent with our medium-term fiscal strategy. Current revenue is projected at $906.9 million this year, reflecting the government's continued commitment to strengthening revenue administration and maintaining stable tax performance. Notwithstanding the absence of extraordinary non-tax receipt recorded in the previous years. This level of revenue will support the bulk of current expenditure, including wages and salaries, pensions, social assistance, and the delivery of essential public services. The capital program, Madam Speaker, amounting to $577.3 million, will be financed primarily through capital receipts comprising of a combination of domestic and external resources. Domestic financing will include $201 million, largely through local borrowing, while external financing will be sourced from concessional loans and grants provided by our multilateral and bilateral development partners. These resources are directed towards growth enhancing, resilience building investments in infrastructure, in health, education, housing, climate adaptation. Funds are applied to projects that strengthen productive capacity, enhance resilience, and improve the quality of life of Vincentians. The 2026 budget, therefore, represents not only a statement of expenditure, but a disciplined and responsible plan for financing our country's development. Mission critical, Madam Speaker, to us is that we cannot afford to sit still while our citizens navigate the crushing weight of 20% cumulative increase in cost of living and the prevailing high levels of poverty and vulnerability across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. To address the immediate economic and social relief required by our population, this administration opened up with a 60-day rescue plan, starting from December 2nd, 2025. This was more than a policy document. It was a covenant to provide tangible relief to households struggling with rising prices while simultaneously restoring discipline and efficiency to the public service. In terms of immediate relief, Madam Speaker, the unvarnished truth is that 1 in 3 Vincentians, as we said earlier, is currently living in poverty and is one disaster away from it, or is one disaster away from it. Since taking office, we took decisive action to throw a lifeline to those drowning in the rising tide. The VAT-free shopping day, Madam Speaker. The VAT-free shopping day, Madam. Held on December 19, 2025, proved to be a successful and well-received initiative, delivering tangible benefits to consumers and the wider economy. The Inland Revenue Department, Madam Speaker, reported total sales of approximately $28 million on that date, with an estimated $4.2 million in VAT foregone, representing, Madam Speaker, direct savings to households at a critical time of the year. This is not money thrown away, Madam Speaker. Put it in people's pockets. The cost of living adjustment support and bonus payments. On January 30th, Madam Speaker, 2026, we launched a support initiative providing direct relief to approximately 12,000 government employees. This featured a tax-free payment ranging from $1,000 to $2,000, structured progressively to prioritize our frontline heroes, nurses, junior police officers, sanitation workers. For over 6,000 households where they had on less than $3,000 a month, this payment effectively doubled monthly income. We hear the testimonials about this, Madam Speaker. again, ain't throwing away his money in people's pockets. Madam Speaker, we also, by the end of February, we will fulfill our sacred responsibility to most vulnerable by increasing public assistance grants from $360 to $500 per month for all 4,614 beneficiaries. This fulfillment of our campaign promise requires an additional $8.6 million in this budget, money in people's pockets. Madam Speaker, we do this responsibly. As I've said earlier, the government will implement a comprehensive economic stabilization and transformation plan covering the period from 2026 to 2035. The purpose of this plan is clear. It is disciplined and deliberate. 1, to stabilize public financing. 2, to restore economic momentum, that is growth in the economy. And 3, to protect the most vulnerable while we rebuild resilience. At the center of this challenge, of course, lies the public debt, currently at $3.5 billion. This level of indebtedness constrains choices, crowds out opportunity, and weakens our capacity to respond to shock. Our task is therefore not cosmetic adjustment, but structural repair. Accordingly, Madam Speaker, this government is placing the public debt on a firm and credible downward path while simultaneously revitalizing the productive sectors of the economy to drive growth, jobs, and shared prosperity. All the while, Madam Speaker, safeguarding social protection and strengthening climate resilience. Under this plan, the government will pursue 3 clear and measurable objectives. Reduce the debt to GDP ratio progressively towards the ECCU benchmark of 60% over the medium term. We did it before, we could do it again. Achieve and sustain a positive primary balance consistent with long-term debt sustainability. And 3, Madam Speaker, rebuild fiscal buffers so that future hurricanes, volcanic events, or global shocks do not once again push the country into financial crisis. These objectives are not abstract targets. They are the guardrails of sovereignty. They are the conditions of stability. They are the foundations of confidence. Madam Speaker, the consolidation strategy rests on 4 mutually reinforcing pillars, each essential, non-sufficient on its own. 1 is revenue enhancement and tax policy reform. We will strengthen revenue mobilization through fair, efficient, and better administered taxation, broadening the base, closing leakages, and ensuring that effort is rewarded, not punished. 2, expenditure rationalization and public sector efficiency. We will spend better, not simply spend more. Prioritizing value for money. We've set out some of the principles earlier on. Enforcing discipline and directing scarce resources to programs that deliver real outcomes for people. 3, improved public investment management and growth supporting reforms. We will raise the quality, sequencing, and execution of public investment, ensuring that capital spending lowers costs, unlocks private activity, and strengthens long-term growth. I'll say that again. We will raise the quality, sequencing, and execution of public investment, ensuring that capital spending lowers costs, but importantly, unlocks private activity and strengthens long-term growth. And 4, management, fiscal rules, and resilience building. We will actively manage public liabilities, re-establish fiscal rules, and embed resilience into infrastructure and budgeting so that shocks no longer undo years of progress overnight. Together, these pillars form a single strategy. Stabilize first, then grow. Grow to sustain stability. Together, these pillars form a single strategy. Stabilize first, then grow. Here's repeating. So, Madam Speaker, this plan provides a credible, balanced, and transparent framework for restoring fiscal sustainability in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It recognizes a simple truth. Fiscal discipline is not an end in itself. It is how we secure sovereignty, how we build resilience, and deliver inclusive growth. By combining stronger revenue mobilization, productive spending, institutional reform, and growth enhancing investment, this government is laying the groundwork to move decisively from rescue to resilience. And, Madam Speaker, we are determined that fiscal responsibility will not be episodic, reactive, or optional, but a permanent feature of governance in this country. We got to build back the guardrails. Regarding state-owned enterprises, Madam Speaker, we are in the first phase of an assessment of state-owned enterprises. They're an important part of our economy, an important part of government. Designed to strengthen monitoring and oversight and ownership oversight, to clarify operational mandates and identify concrete measures to improve efficiency, financial performance, and service delivery. Strengthening the governance and performance of state-owned enterprises is a central pillar of this government's economic reform agenda. SOEs, or state-owned enterprises, play a vital role in delivering essential services, supplying economic activity, supporting economic activity, and advancing national development objectives. But to fulfill that role effectively, they must operate with clear mandates, competent boards, transparent financial reporting, and robust accountability to the state as the owner. This government is therefore acting decisively. We are enforcing ownership oversight. We are clarifying the respective roles of ministers, boards, and management. And we are enforcing timely financial and performance reporting. These reforms will ensure that state-owned enterprises are better managed, more resilient, and fully aligned with national priorities. Madam Speaker, the fiscal benefits of stronger statutory organizations are significant and long-lasting. Well-governed and financially sound state-owned enterprises reduce the risk of unplanned calls on the budget. You know, these special warrants. They also limit the accumulation of arrears and contingent liabilities and strengthen overall fiscal discipline. Improved performance lowers the need for recurrent subsidies, supports more predictable budgeting, and where appropriate, generates dividends and other returns to the Treasury. Just as importantly, Madam Speaker, enhanced oversight allows government to identify and manage fiscal risk early, protecting public finances while ensuring that essential services are delivered efficiently and sustainably. In short, public enterprise reform delivers fiscal sustainability, economic stability, and better value for money for our citizens. The evidence is clear, Madam Speaker. Budgetary grants to state-owned enterprises increased from 2.5% to 2.9% of GDP between 2015 and 2025, reflecting rising operational inefficiencies and weak financial discipline. If improved governance, clearer mandates, and stronger performance monitoring were to reduce SOE losses and quasi fiscal activities to even 10 or 20%, this will imply annual savings of approximately 1/4 of 1 percentage point of GDP, or $18 million, through lower transfers and subventions. Additional savings will flow from enforcing timely financial reporting, strengthening arrears management, and preventing the buildup of unpaid liabilities that ultimately fall back on the central government and taxpayers. These are not theoretical gains, Madam Speaker. They are practical savings with real fiscal impact. Further, fiscal gains will come from better cash management and revenue generation within public enterprises. Several enterprises remain persistently loss-making, operate with outdated tariffs, and carry large receivables due to weak collection systems and policy-imposed constraints. We are addressing these weaknesses through targeted tariff reviews, improved billing and collection systems, and transparent compensation where clearly defined public service obligations. At the same time, Madam Speaker, the absence of formal dividend policy means that profitable SOEs are not systematically contributing to the budget. Even a modest cash flow-based dividend framework applied to stronger SOEs would generate regular and predictable non-tax revenues for the government. Improved financial transparency will also allow government to identify risk earlier, reducing the likelihood of costly bailouts and unplanned budget support in future years. Madam Speaker, SOE reform is not about privatization by stealth. It is about discipline over drift, performance over patronage, and value over waste. By restoring governance, enforcing accountability, and unlocking financial discipline, this government is ensuring that state-owned enterprises serve the public interest efficiently, transparently, and sustainably. Now, Madam Speaker, I turn to the management of the debt. Despite economic recovery, persistent fiscal deficits have driven total public sector debt, as we've seen, to $3.5 billion. This represents a sharp increase from the 70% recorded in 2018 and places St. Vincent and the Grenadines above the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank's target of 60%. The burden of this debt is not abstract. Despite debt servicing now consumes $350 million every year. Nearly 39% of every dollar collected in revenue is spent on servicing the debt. Before a single road is paved, before a hospital is stocked, before a school is repaired, the debt must be paid. Can't default on that. This is a fiscal reality. This is a constraint on development. Madam Speaker, this government is changing course. We are moving decisively from passive debt accumulation to active liability management. We will pursue debt reprofiling with discipline and intent, lowering interest costs, extending maturities, and restoring fiscal sovereignty. We are not improvising. We are learning from proven regional experience and applying those lessons with care here. Across the Caribbean, Countries have demonstrated well-structured debt swaps, and diversifying their financial resources can reduce fiscal pressure while advancing resilience. Madam Speaker, in Barbados executed an innovative blue bond transaction supported by Inter-American Development Bank and the Nature Conservancy, generating approximately 50 million US dollars in marine conservation, while simultaneously reducing debt servicing. Belize completed a landmark blue debt restructuring with support from the World Bank and the US Development Finance Corporation, reducing its debt stock by 189 million US dollars and securing over US $4 million annually for ocean protection. Through institutions like the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, CAF, governments are now deploying debt for climate swaps, converting high-interest commercial liabilities into long-term, lower-cost financing for resilient infrastructure. These are not gimmicks, Madam Speaker. They are instruments of fiscal repair. They are tools of sovereignty. Our objective is clear. We reduce reliance on expensive short-term domestic commercial debt to rebalance our debt portfolio towards structured concessional and longer-dated instruments. By aligning our liabilities with our capacity to pay, we protect the vulnerable, stabilize the economy, and rebuild confidence. Madam Speaker, our government is in active discussion with our major creditors, that is World Bank, the CDB, and other development partners, including CAF, on mobilizing concessional financing, strengthening our public sector investment program, financing the pipeline of capital projects, budget support, and piloting debt for development swaps. This, Madam Speaker, is one of our initiatives going forward in this year. Revenue measures, Madam Speaker. Rationalizing tax exemptions. The scale of import concessions granted over the period 2022 to 2025 has imposed a substantial and growing fiscal cost on the state. Over that period, the cumulative revenues foregone from concession was $624.1 million, or 30% of the total revenue of concessional imports. Madam Speaker, in 2025 alone, the foregone revenues amounted to $152.3 million and equated to 64% of all revenue collected from taxes and charges on imports. Put plainly, more than half the revenue we should have collected at the border was given away through concessions. Madam Speaker, this level of revenue loss is no longer sustainable. A 20% reduction in total import concessions applied uniformly across categories will generate an estimated additional $30.4 million in government revenue each year. This figure is derived directly from the 2025 revenue loss and demonstrates that even a modest and disciplined rationalization can create meaningful fiscal space. Importantly, this revenue gain can be achieved without abolishing concessions outright. Instead, it can be delivered through targeted priority sectors, tighter eligibility criteria, and stronger oversight, particularly where concessions are discretionary. Special cabinet concessions alone accounted for a significant share of the increase in concessions over the period 2022 to 2025. More disciplined management in this area would therefore deliver disproportionate fiscal benefits without undermining productive investments. Madam Speaker, the estimated $30.4 million in additional annual revenue could be redeployed strategically to reduce the fiscal deficit and borrowing needs, to strengthen priority in social spending in health, education, and social protection, or increase capital investment without raising taxes. In the context of the fiscal discipline and debt sustainability, A 20% reduction in import concessions represents a high impact, low distortion policy option. It strengthens revenue mobilization, restores fairness at the border, and preserves incentives that genuinely support productive investment and inclusive growth. Property tax reform, Madam Speaker, a central pillar of revenue reform over the medium term is the strengthening of the property tax system, which remains one of the most underperforming and inequitable components of our tax framework. The property tax regime was reformed in 2008 to adopt market value as the basis for assessment, replacing the outdated annual rental value methodology. However, the current valuation list implemented in July 2013 remains in force despite significant changes in market conditions over the past decade. Under the Valuation and Rating Act number 18 of 2012, the minister is empowered to order the preparation of a new valuation list. This absence of a revaluation since 2013 has resulted in systematic undervaluation of properties, erosion of real property tax base, inequities between taxpayers, and persistent revenue leakage. In addition, a substantial number of properties, Madam Speaker, remain unregistered off the tax rolls, further constraining collections and weakening compliance. And for a long time, many of them do, Madam Speaker. Government will therefore commence a nationwide property registration program to expand coverage of the tax roll, on the tax roll, and a comprehensive national property revaluation exercise. These reforms will broaden the tax base without increasing rates, enhance fairness, strengthen compliance, and generate sustainable revenue to support fiscal consolidation and local service delivery. Tax and Customs Administration. Madam Speaker, revenue sustainability depends not only on tax policy, but on administrative capacity and the enforcement discipline. Strengthening the effectiveness of the Inland Revenue Department and the Customs and Excise Department is therefore central to this government's revenue strategy. At the Inland Revenue Department, a full digitization of tax information is underway through the implementation of the Modern Tax Information Management System, TIMS, under the Caribbean Digital Transformation Project. Once fully operational by 2027, all major tax types will be integrated into a single digital platform. In parallel, the Tax Administration Act will be fully enforced. Audit capacity will be strengthened, including joint audits at Customs and Excise. Tax arrears collection, particularly of PAYE and VAT, will be intensified. At the Customs and Excise Department, the development of the VINCI Single Window for Trade Facilitation, VSWIFT, will integrate 16 trade-related government agencies into a single digital interface. This reform will reduce clearance times, transaction costs for traders. It will improve risk management, strengthen revenue collection, and enhance transparency and compliance. Madam Speaker, an updated Customs Management Act will also be enacted to strengthen post-clearance audits, advance rulings, and penalty provisions. These reforms treat administrative efficiency as a form of revenue enhancements, not through higher rates, but through better governance. VAT reduction. Madam Speaker, this government is acutely conscious of the pressures of the cost of living crisis places on households across St. Vincent and the Grenadines. High prices for food, electricity, and essential goods erode wages, strain family budgets, and undermine social stability. Addressing these pressures is therefore not optional. It is a core responsibility of governments, and you've seen some of our measures that we have introduced already. Accordingly, we are actively undertaking a comprehensive assessment of options to reduce the burden of the value-added tax on households. This with particular focus on essential goods and domestic electricity. This work is being conducted jointly by the Ministry of Finance and the Inland Revenue Department and key stakeholders to ensure that any reform delivers real relief to consumers while remaining fiscally responsible and sustainable. Madam Speaker, the assessment covers three priority areas. First, a general reduction in the VAT rate with the objective of lowering the rate across the economy and increasing disposable income. Second, the removal of VAT from essential items, including fresh food and medicines, to protect the most vulnerable from the rising costs of basic necessities. And third, Madam Speaker, the removal of VAT on domestic electricity, recognizing that electricity is not a luxury, but a basic input for daily life, education, and small-scale economic activity. In parallel, we are reviewing the design and timing of VAT-free shopping initiatives, particularly around back-to-school and Christmas periods, to provide targeted, time-bound relief to families at moments of peak financial pressure. Madam Speaker, this work is being approached with discipline and care. Tax relief must be well targeted, administratively feasible, and consistent with our wider fiscal consolidation objectives, including the reduction of public debt and the achievement of a sustainable primary balance. For that reason, we will not act on impulse, we will act on evidence. We intend to return to the public and to this Honourable House with the findings of this assessment prior to the implementation of the target date in October 2026. At this point, Vincentians will be able to see not promises, but practical, costed measures designed to put more money back into household budgets while safeguarding fiscal stability. This is how responsible government lowers cost of living. Not through rhetoric, Madam Speaker, not through recklessness, but through careful reforms that deliver lasting relief for our people. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, it is my duty to place clearly and unequivocally on the record the fiscal contours of this budget. Because credibility begins with clarity, and clarity is the foundation of trust between government and people. This 2026 budget is framed against a stark fiscal inheritance. At the end of 2025, public debt stood at approximately $3.5 billion, equivalent to over 110% of GDP, while debt servicing consumed nearly 40 cents of every dollar collected by the state. This, as we said, is the hook in the gill, burden that constrains choices. Against this reality, the budget 2026 makes three deliberate and disciplined choices. First, targeted relief, not blunt populism. We have chosen to protect households without undermining fiscal stability. This budget delivers direct tax-free cost of living support to approximately 12,000 public employees, alongside the increase in public assistance of $500 to 4,614 of the most vulnerable citizens. This is relief that is targeted, temporary, and promise and responsible, that cushions hardship today without blowing a permanent hole in the revenue base tomorrow. Second, execution, not aspiration. Madam Speaker, we are ending the era of aspiration-based budgeting and replacing it Madam Speaker, with execution-based governance. The 2026 capital budget allocates approximately $357.5 million, focused decisively on infrastructure that lowers costs, builds resilience, and unlocks private sector growth, including roads, ports, airports, health facilities, housing recovery, and climate-resilient public assets. Crucially, we are enforcing the funded-only rule. No more unfunded promises, no more ghost projects, no more estimates that impress on paper but fail in practice. Credibility demands discipline, and delivery demands funding. Third, Madam Speaker, we are restoring the guardrails of fiscal responsibility. This budget marks a formal re-establishment of the fiscal responsibility framework, including the operationalization of the Fiscal Responsibility Oversight Committee. We have to look at, Madam Speaker, the debt and have ways of objectively managing it. Our medium-term objective is clear and unambiguous: to reduce public debt from 110% of GDP today to 60% by the year 2035. We will no longer normalize large structural deficits. We will no longer treat fiscal indiscipline as inevitable. Madam Speaker, fiscal discipline is not an end in itself, though. It is the means by which we create the space to invest, the confidence to grow, and the conditions to employ. That is why this budget does not merely balance numbers. It backs a growth strategy, a strategy designed to raise incomes, expand opportunity, and strengthen resilience across this country. And let me be clear, we will not cut our way to prosperity. We will grow our way to sustainability by rebuilding the productive economy and ensuring that public investments lowers costs and unlocks private investment. I love that phrase. Unlocks private investment enterprise. I'm almost done. Madam Speaker, accordingly, Budget 2026 aligns capital spending and reform with the government's 4 strategic pillars of growth: agriculture, the blue economy, tourism, and the new economy. These are not slogans. They are the engines through which we will expand output, generate jobs, and broaden the base of national income. In agriculture, we are not treating farming as a social safety net. We are repositioning it as a productive, export-capable business, backed by targeted infrastructure, market support, and modern systems that reduce waste and raise farm incomes. That is how we cut the import bill, strengthen food security, and create jobs in rural communities. In the blue economy, we are moving from fragmented policy to practical enablement, strengthening fisheries infrastructure, improving commercial potential, and unlocking marine-linked livelihoods while safeguarding sustainability. This is, Madam Speaker, this is how we turn our ocean frontier into a genuine pillar of national growth. In tourism, we are shifting from headline arrival numbers to value, linkages, and efficiency. That's so that increased airlifts translate into higher earnings for workers and reliable markets for farmers, vendors, and small local suppliers. Tourism must be a national engine, not a narrow enclave. In the new economy, we are building pathways into digital work, innovation, and the creative industries, because the world has changed, and our economy must change with it. This is how we retain talent, expand opportunity for youth, earn globally while living locally. Madam Speaker, this is the disciplined bargain at the heart of Budget 2026. We restore the guardrails of fiscal responsibility so we can invest with purpose. We enforce execution so that capital spending produces results. We stabilize the debt so that growth can take hold. Not growth for statistics, not growth for speeches, but growth that creates jobs, raises wages, and reduces poverty in communities that have waited too long. In short, Madam Speaker, this budget insists on three things at once: discipline, delivery, and development. And it anchors all three in the productive economy, where sustainable jobs are made and lasting resilience is built. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, honorable members, this budget is not a victory lap. By the grace of God, we believe future budgets will be such. This address today, instead, outlines is instead the outline of a rescue operation, one anchored in truth and honesty. It is disciplined by reality and driven by a moral obligation to be honest and helpful to those who daily struggle to make ends meet, many silently. We have told you, the people, our boss, the unvarnished truth, that economic growth has returned, but for too many, prosperity remains elusive and has not reached everyone. That 1 in 3 Vincentians live in poverty or vulnerability. That debt has tightened its grip on our future. And that the old model, borrow, patch, and hope, has run its course and delivered little. But, Madam Speaker, the rescue mission is not a flag of surrender. We are the children of Chateauyear. We don't give up. So, we have laid out a plan to meet current needs, stabilize the ship of state, and then turn it around to head into calmer, more bountiful waters. A plan to protect the vulnerable now through direct relief and expanded social assistance. A plan to fix what is broken, from fire stations and hospitals to roads and ports and schools. A plan to grow our way out by unleashing agriculture, the blue economy, tourism, and the digital sector and private enterprise. A plan to restore dignity to workers, to public officers, to communities long forgotten, and to a nation that deserves better. This is what the journey from rescue to resilience requires. Substance over drama, diligence over pretense, action over excuses, and a broad public interest over narrow partisan or personal interest. Madam Speaker, the road ahead is steep, the hole we inherited is deep, but we know how to climb. And we have begun climbing, Madam Speaker. You will hear more about our efforts and achievement in this regard as we go forward. What I tell you now is this: whatever we do, we will put the people's well-being ahead of all else. And in turning things around, we will not mortgage our children's future for our present benefit. Nor will we accept that poverty, insecurity, and inequality are permanent features of Vincentian life. This budget affirms a simple but powerful belief that in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, your community must not limit your prospects and determine your destiny. Everywhere, our possibilities will be endless. Our personal dreams are not constrained by mere geography. There are good times ahead. Let us reach them together and enjoy them together. A future built together. One people, one nation. Madam Speaker, I commend this budget to this honorable House and to the beloved people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, our beloved nation. I thank you
Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we have now 9 o'clock, I beg to move that this Honorable House do stand suspended until 9 a.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, 10th of February 2026.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I believe there's a matter which has to be done before the adjournment is taken. I think the honorable members who moved and seconded are aware of it.
Can you so specify?
Well, I believe that Standing Order 62.3 says that after the Minister of Finance has made his budget speech, the motion for the second reading of the bill shall be seconded formally, and then tomorrow. So there's one matter still to be done. Just formally second it. Let's proceed according to the rules.
It was seconded previously. Yes, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to second motion so that the honorable member can have a restless night tonight. Motion for the adoption of the second reading, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, there is a motion before the House for the adoption of the second reading of the